Good day and welcome to the Northwest University's Van der Bijl Park campus, and it's the Crime Summit for 2021. My name is Pieter Muller and I will be your program director for today. It's a great privilege to welcome you all, and we really hope and trust that you will enjoy this day with us, our summit. Apologies for starting late due to, I think, technical problems due to the nice rain that we received during the night, and hopefully that all sorted out now. We've got a very, very interesting program today, and but before that, I really want to ask you to bear with me today. For all those who are streaming in and also on YouTube, I'm not the most attractive or handsome MC at all, program director. That's why my parents used to pull my pram and not push it. Otherwise, they would have seen my face. But it's great to be with you. I really hope and trust that you will enjoy this morning with us. For the official welcoming, and this is for the opening of the summit, we'd like to introduce Professor Linda du Plessis, Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Van der Bijl Park campus. Prof. Linda.
Thank you, Peter, and good morning to all our students and staff members and stakeholders. Yes, indeed. This Crime Summit, I think, comes at a very timely time. Also, just after the local elections, where we have high expectations for the improvement of Mfuleni and this whole area. Recently, those of you that follow the media, there's a lot of ranking schemes, and one of the ranking schemes, the Sudoku ranking scheme, which was a survey that was completed by more than 100,000 students. It covered more than 1,800 universities across the world, and it ranked South Africa as in South Africa, the Northwest University, as the safest university in South Africa. Now that was a huge accolade to the university, and it's a good sign that our staff and students indeed feel safe and are safe on the campuses. But what happens outside our campuses? Only a third of our students stay in residences, and 2/3 of the students stay in private accommodation in town and in venues, accommodation close to the campuses. So at the Northwest University, every student is our most important student, and we are also worried about the safety of students when they leave our premises. Now, we know that safety is an individual responsibility, and there's things that we can do as individuals to create a safe environment, but it's also a collective responsibility. And therefore, it's really important that we work together as a community to take hands and to create a safe area. It is alarming when you drive to the campus and you see dilapidated structures, one see lights broken, there's a lot of dumping in the Bedworth Park area, and we have to look at those things to create an environment that everybody is proud of. So with this in mind, we try to call the various role players in town, our police, legal enforcement, crime prevention, disaster management, so that we can see how can we take hands to create not only a safe campus, but a safe community. Also, the Northwest University is making funds available so that we can launch some projects. There's a CID project, community initiative in the Potchefstroom campus, where they took hands with the close community around Potchefstroom to install cameras, to look at a safe environment, those of you in Potchefstroom, especially at the built area, because there's a high density of students. But we are now making funds available for a similar initiative at Van der Bijl Park and Mahikeng. So the question is, how can we use those funds to contribute with other role players to create a safer environment? And we hope that with the other partners in the areas, we can form a consortium and look at opportunities. So today is really just the start and one of the many initiatives that we do to create a safer environment. And thank you to everybody who's participating in this program. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Linda du Plessis, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of the Van der Bijl Park campus, NWU. And if you just tuned in, this is our Crime Summit for Van der Bijl Park, and we are so blessed to have speakers from all over the country Now, I'm very interested in the themes, very interesting. Danger, importance of electricity, fire safety. We've got traffic offences, one that really amuses me. Not that I'm guilty of anything, but I would like to listen to the speakers there. And then a very interesting one, and this is our next speaker, scams and fraud, ATM scams and fraud. And we are so privileged to have Mr. Maya Moodley from SABREC. Mr. Moodley, good day and welcome.
Thank you so much, MC. Yes, it's really a privilege for SABREC to be part of the summit, and yes, we will assist where we can. So I'm going to share my screen. Can someone just give me an indication that you can see the screen?
Yes, it looks like it. Thank you, Mr. Moodley.
Yeah, as I was saying, thank you. My name is Daya Moodley, and I'm from a company called SABREC, which is the South African Banking Risk Information Center. And I think my topic is more on understanding bank crimes. Don't be a victim. So I think it'll be good to understand who is SABREC. I think someone else is sharing. I'll just reshare it again. Okay, so who is SABREC? So SABREC is the South African Banking Risk Information Center. We are a not-for-profit company, and we are funded by the South African banks, ATM service providers, and cash-in-transit companies. So we have 17 banks that actually report their crime risk information to SABREC, and then from there what we do is that we actually host the crime risk information repository, and the banks basically get products so that they can look at their products and see where the problem lies and how they can actually mitigate this risk. We don't do any investigations, so any issues regarding any issues on your bank will have to be addressed with the bank itself. However, as an advisory to the banks and to the public itself, we are mandated to actually give the public awareness, just to basically sensitize them on what is happening in the banking crime space. Our vision is to be Africa's trusted financial crime risk information center, leveraging on public-private partnerships. And I think this is one of the key issues, is actually leveraging into partnerships with institutions like the university, so that we can actually, also sensitize their students on what is happening outside. So today's topic is going to be on card crime. I think this is the burning issue, and this is the issue where the banks are actually bleeding. So we'll touch on skimming. What is skimming? We'll touch on card swapping. We will touch on theft of point-of-sale devices. One would think that it may not actually directly affect you, but what we've seen is that when I show you a video, you'll notice that the miscreants or the fraudsters are actually using students to do this type of crime. We'll touch on CNP fraud, which is card not present fraud. I will then give you a brief synopsis on what is phishing and how people are basically duped into revealing personal information. And then vishing, which is basically voice over IP, where you actually receive a telephone call purporting to be from the bank. But first, let's just understand what is happening in this space. From a bank perspective, you'll notice that you have a product, which is basically either a debit card or maybe a credit card. Now, the newest one that the bank has basically introduced is called the virtual card. Safe to use, which is activated and stored in the customer's profile. And this is where you actually download it from your banking app. Customers can immediately load the virtual card on their bank profile, link it to a debit or a credit card or a fusion card. It's simple, safe, and smart enough to change its 3-digit CVV hourly. Now, your CVV is your card verification value. There is the 3-digit number that is at the back of the card. If you look at your card itself, you'll notice that your card has an expiry date, it has a card number, and at the back of the card, it has a 3-digit CVV number, which we refer to as card verification value. That's when you do online transactions, and that 3-digit would be actually required. You can pay with your virtual debit card at all merchants that accept contactless payments. All you do is add your card to your mobile device and place it near a POS terminal. You can use the following mobile payment platforms, which is your Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay, FitPay, and Garmin Pay. The virtual card will also have its own number and generate instantly on the app. Along with a new expiry date, and it has a lifespan of 5 years, similar to your normal card, which is between 3 to 5 years, depending on which bank you are. So the virtual card is basically safe to use. The other one is your tap and go. Now there's a lot of questions around the tap and go and what are the risks actually associated with the tap and go card. Just to let you know that tap and go was activated in 2018, and the virtual cards was actually, I think when the banks actually introduced it was in 2018, but in 2020 when the virtual card actually got full effective. So your tap and go card, just to give you a little bit insight, is that you'll notice that on your card itself, it has what you call something like a Wi-Fi sign next to the chip itself. You can actually use the card to tap 3 times where a PIN is not required. So if you tap under 500 rands, which is 499 rands, 3 times, you don't need a PIN. If you do tap it the 4th time, it will ask you for the PIN. However, any transactions that you do over 500 will require a PIN. Now, one will ask, is it safe to actually activate or have that tap and go card activated on your card itself? Yes, it is. The only way or any risk that is associated with the tap and go would be when you lose your card and you do not report it immediately to the bank. Because remember, as soon as you report the card directly to your bank immediately, then that card becomes deactivated. So in other words, the person who stole your card won't be able to transact with the card itself. However, if you only notice the transactions after the fraud has been committed, then there is a possibility that where the risk could be is that they can actually scam you out of maximum 1,500 rands, because that would mean that they can tap the card 3 times. So if you look at the overview quickly on what is happening in this space, you look at the gross fraud, it's over 400 million rands that's been lost only on fraud, which is card fraud itself. 385,851 transactions associated with that fraud. I will leave the others because that's more for law enforcement, just to understand the crime type that is actually being committed. But just to give you an overview of how much of money the crooks are actually making just by us letting them do such crimes. If you look at the countries where the fraud is actually occurring, you see the rest of the world, most of our fraud is occurring in South Africa, and in the rest of the world, 47% of the fraud, that is the actual spend where the transactions are taking place, is outside South Africa. If you look at the countries, United Kingdom, United States, Ireland, Nigeria, and India, countries that where our fraud is actually occurring. So if we get to how the fraud is actually occurring, as I mentioned in my first slide, or should I say my third slide, is the MO that is used to actually compromise these cards. And one of the ways to actually compromise these cards is the way of skimming. Now we refer this to as high-tech skimming. This is where you'll see a video where a guy comes to the ATM and he places an object onto the ATM and then he moves away. After that, or after a few hours, he will come back and remove the device, and then he will basically go back to where he wherever he came from, and then he will download that information, and then he will replicate all the information that he had downloaded, that is everybody that transacted during that period of time, and make new cards. So he takes out an object from his pocket. As I mentioned, it's a high-tech device. and he places it onto the ATM. Takes out his card, so he lines it, and then he moves away. A few hours later, he comes back to the same ATM. You'll see in this time, he's taken out his jacket, he's got a newspaper, and then he will remove the device and put it into the paper. So what actually transpired over here is that the guy came, removed those devices. So the question will be asked, what did he take? So he took the information, or basically skimmed the card's information that's contained on the back of the card, which is your magnetic stripe. So every time you do the transaction, and when you pull your card out, it actually recorded the information that's contained or embedded onto the mag stripe of the card. Then the question would be, okay, so he's got that type of information, but how is he going to use your card? You'll notice that the device itself also has a camera. So on the camera itself, when you actually punch in your PIN number, it records the PIN number. So he has your card number and he has your PIN number. But then the other question would be, is that how does he know which card number belongs to which PIN number? Whenever this transaction was done on the device, or should I say onto the fraudulent device, it would have a date and time stamp. So every time a card is basically transacted at the ATM, and when the card is pulled out, it actually records the information on the mag stripe. It also puts a date and time stamp. At the same time, the recording of the PIN number with a pinhole camera also records the date and time. And that's how it matches the card number with the PIN number. So what is the safety rules over here? Is that when you get to an ATM, make sure that you fiddle with the ATM where you actually put in into your card, which is your card reader. But don't break the machine, just to use a little bit of force, because as you can see, it is two-way tape used. The guy basically placed it with a two-way tape, and when he came in, he removed it easily. So anything that's loose on the ATM itself could be suspicious. Secondly, is that when you put in your PIN number, or when you put in your PIN number, make sure you use both your hands so that you cover the PIN pad in order for the person, or should I say the camera, not to actually record your PIN number. So the golden rule is don't let anybody basically assist you at the ATM. Secondly, is that when you're using the ATM, always use both your hands so that you cover the PIN pad. This is the type of devices you'll see. This is more for law enforcement, but just give you an indication, you'll see that it has a camera, it has a pinhole, it has batteries, and it basically can actually be activated. Now, this is actually not a bank device itself. This is basically a device that the criminals made to mimic the ATM itself. And it's actually placed over the ATM, existing ATM cover, like a glove. The other way of actually scamming a person is where a person tends to goes to an ATM to try and do a transaction. The actual mode is in a different mode, and the person is actually struggling. We notice a lot of foreigners, because of the language barrier, are struggling because it is put into a different language. Their good Samaritan then comes and assists the person at the ATM. And in this instance, you'll notice that the person actually skims the person's card. Here they're using a handheld skimming device, which is a small device. The capabilities of this device that you're going to see is similar to the one I showed you previously. Its capabilities basically to actually read and also store information that's contained on the mag stripe. But the question would be is then, how would he actually get the PIN number? In this instance, it is not the device that actually records the PIN. It is a technique they use called shoulder surfing. And you'll notice that he actually asks the person by distracting her, telling her to put in her PIN. So he's got a card number that is on the device itself. And then what he does is that he asks for the PIN number. These guys, this is their job. They will memorize it and they will actually remember it. So the first number, he will write it as he moves away. He will write it into a piece of paper, and then he matches the first number for each card that's basically been skimmed. As you can see, the guy came, the Good Samaritan, he takes the card from her hand. He asks her to look back. She's thinking that the card is in the machine, and you'll notice that he is actually skimming the card here. Without her knowledge, he will then put the card back. As you see, he puts the card under some money. He goes back to the ATM where the card slot is, and he puts the card back in, not for the lady to actually suspect something is wrong. He asks her the PIN, but you put a PIN number, and then he moves away. She will do a normal transaction. She will get her money. Only at later stages will she realize that her card had been skimmed, duplicated, and the PIN number has been compromised. This is the type of device they are using. As you mentioned, it's a handheld skimming device, something small that can't basically be recognized. So one of the questions would be is also that how do you protect yourself at the ATM? Look, all of us know that when you use the ATM, that little space belongs to you. Nobody should be near it. Nobody should be near or behind you. Make sure you have to be alert and make sure that anybody that's close by, ask them to stand a few meters away so that they don't see. Second thing you can do is to always block your PIN number. If anybody asks you to assist you at the ATM, refuse. Because I'm sure that you went to the ATM to use the ATM, so you know how to use that ATM. You don't need any assistance. Another way that they're actually scamming the people at the ATM itself is by stealing the card. Before it was card swapping, or that's the narrative that people, the banks actually using, the card swapping MO, but it's not actually card swapping, it is theft of the card. Now, this scam over here is that the criminals will basically put the ATM into a cash send mode. Now, the cash send mode, which is actually a cardless transaction. You don't need a card to do a transaction. Usually somebody will send you money, you'll get a PIN number, and you will basically get it on your cell phone. You go to the ATM, you put it onto the cardless transaction mode. It'll ask you for some details, which is your cell phone number or either your ID number, and it'll ask you for the PIN number that you received on your cell phone, and then you enter that and you will basically get your money. Now, if the actual ATM is on the cash or cardless mode, you cannot put your card in. It will not accept the card itself. So in this typical example, you'll notice that the criminals came earlier on and they put that whole mode of the ATM into a cashless or cardless transaction. And this is where the person basically has difficulty in actually getting what he actually came to do at the ATM. So you can see a Good Samaritan. As you can see on his t-shirt says easy money also. So he takes the card, distracts him. Card is under his hand now. You'll see he puts it into his pocket. The card is in his hand, he puts it into his pocket. Tells him to put in his PIN. The PIN number is done. And you can see the guy behind him. He's got a cell phone. This guy reads the PIN to him. And in a few minutes, you'll see that what actually have transpired here is that dealers go around the corner to the next ATM and they will withdraw the money. So as I say, is that you don't have to have anybody assisting you at the ATM. Make sure that when you go to the ATM, that you have that space. If you're struggling at the ATM, just press the cancel button and it will the whole ATM mode will come to the normal mode where you actually do a card transaction. Notice the guy pushes his way in, puts into the cardless transaction mode, walks away, and when the client goes to do a transaction, they have a problem. Now, we know that they don't work alone. One person will basically steal the card, and then you'll see that the second suspect, which is the female with the glasses, she's interfering. She will basically get the PIN number. Okay, she's got the PIN number, and there she goes. Okay, I'm going to stop this video because it's quite long, and let's move on. So you have an understanding more or less what actually happens at an ATM. And look, the banks are basically now been pressurized in a sense of giving awareness to their to their clients how to actually operate at an ATM. And secondly, is that they are basically trying to shift liability, or they will shift liability, that if for some reason you are not following certain rules and regulations of what the bank has now alerted you to, there's high possibility that if your card is being compromised and if the PIN has been compromised also, that the shift of liability will be on the client itself for not taking the necessary precautions. So when you get at the ATM, make sure that nobody assists you at the ATM. And secondly, always block the PIN when you're entering, or always block the PIN pad whenever you're entering your PIN. Another way of actually getting the information from the card itself is the point of sale device. Now, when you do a transaction, remember, whenever you do a transaction at on a point of sale device, which is basically when you go to any of the stores or garages or something, and when you are using your card, make sure that your card is dipped. Our cards, South African cards, are EMV, which is basically stands for Europay, Master and Visa compliant. So we have chip on our card. So when you do a transaction, the card should be dipped, not swiped. If the card is swiped, you would question the guy as to why you're swiping my card. Because your card is EMV, it should be dipped, not swiped. If for some reason your card has been swiped, don't enter your PIN. You ask him that he brings you another device and that you basically dip your card. And in that case, you will basically do a PIN transaction. Or alternatively, as I mentioned earlier on with the cardless transaction, or should I say not the cardless transaction, but with the tap and go, you can actually tap your card. So rather tap your card if it's under 500, tap your card so you don't have to put a PIN. If it's over 500, you tap your card again, or you can tap your card and you put in a PIN. But try and not let the guy swipe your card. Now, in this instance, the reason why I'm showing you this video is that the miscreants, or should I say the fraudsters, are approaching students. This is easy money. For every device, they will basically do a business proposition with them. For every device that you steal, you can get X amount of money. And I can assure you, they're getting between 2,000 to 3,000, sometimes up to 5,000 rands on how many devices you actually bringing to them. So I'm not teaching you how to do this crime. I'm just alerting you that you will be sometime may just be approached by somebody to steal these devices. Now, this student over here was 17 or 18 years old. He's actually got 6 years imprisonment, because what we had done is with law enforcement is look at all video footages and notice that he had been to various outlets at the forecourt, at garages, and stole devices. So students, I'm not teaching you how to do this or how to steal. I am just showing and alerting you how this guy is actually doing it. Notice there are 2 devices. Takes another one. And there he goes. Similar guy, you see again, different forecourt. He befriends the little attendant. There you go. There he goes. Now, be very cautious, be very careful when you're approached by these people, because at the moment you must remember that you are also, you become an accomplice to the crime itself. He's just a mule. He's got his 3,000, 4,000 rands for stealing those devices. But criminals make millions out of the device itself. The third one is card not present. I think everyone knows what card not present is. It is basically a transaction when you do online. So should I say online transaction? When you are buying something online, you will need your card number, you will need your expiry date, and then you need your CVV2, which is your card verification value at the back of the card itself. Now, when you hand in your card, make sure that your eyes are always on the card itself. Because if the criminal basically gets hold of the card number, the expiry date, and your CVV number at the back, they can basically do transactions on your card without your permission. So if they have your card number, they have your expiry date, and they have your CVV2, they can then go onto a computer and then purport to be you and then do online shopping using your credentials, using your information. Now, there is a lot of sites on the web, on the dark web, should I say, is that where the OTP numbers are not really required. So these are not 3D secures or verified by Visa. Your 3D secure sites and your verified by Visa sites will actually ask you as a second factor authentication is to send you an OTP number, and on that OTP number, you will basically conclude the transactions. However, if your card has been compromised and if they use your card on sites that don't, or should I say, are not 3D secure, then there is a high possibility that you could be scammed. The other one, basically, if you look at receiving information, may be called phishing. Now, phishing is basically sending a mail purporting to be from a specific organization to their target and advising them specific things to do. Now, if one has to click at the link, where in most cases, that's what the instructions would be on the mail, is to update your details. This is what we call phishing, is that where a malware could be inserted into your system itself. And instead of you thinking that you're talking to the a bank, it would be you will actually be talking to the criminal. So be careful when you receive any information via email purporting to be from an institution, especially from a bank or from any recognized institutions, asking you to update details and to basically click on a link. Remember, the banks will never ask you to update your details via a link. And also, secondly, the banks don't know that your details have been changed. In most cases, it would be the client phoning the bank, informing them that their details have been changed. So please be cautious on not clicking on any links that you receive purporting from a bank. I will skip that because this is more for SARS. One of the techniques they are using is called social engineering. This exploits human vulnerability because criminals know that the weakest link in the information security chain is us as the human being. So social engineering is a tactic that is used to gather information about you. This information can be used to defraud you. So you're going to be cautious as to where you actually put out your information, any phone calls that you receive purporting to be from a specific organization and what details you are given. You have the right to question why are they asking you such information. The other one is phishing, it's voice over IP. This is where they use the internet telephone numbers to phone a victim, and they actually phone the victim posing as a bank official or a service provider. And they use, as I mentioned earlier on, social engineering skills to manipulate the actual client in disclosing confidential information, while at the same time leading them to believe that they are speaking to the bank or a service provider. This information is then used to defraud the victim. Be cautious of the fact that criminals can mask their telephone numbers, which seems to be legit, or from a company or from an individual that's actually making the call. One of the latest ones is that what they would do is that they would phone purporting to be from the bank. They would do a transaction, or before that, they would basically do some due diligence on you, get your information, and they would go onto the internet and they will basically do CNP transactions, which are card not present transactions, but the transactions would then ask for an OTP number. Now that they have your information, they will phone you, tell you that, look, they're purporting to be from the bank. They see that there is some transactions on your account. You go into your phone, you look at your SMS, you see that it stipulates an amount of 2,000 Rand is about to be paid to 1234. So you must actually read the SMS. It's not telling you that the transaction has been made already. It would say that there's an attempt basically to be. And the idea here is to put the OTP number to conclude the transaction. Now, in most cases, when the person is talking to the victim, they would actually confuse them. So you in a panic, you did not go online, you did not make any purchases. They will tell you, okay, in order for us to actually reverse this transaction, you have to give me the OTP number so that we can actually not let this transaction go through. So unsuspectingly, the client basically gives out the OTP number, and then the criminal has it, and then the transaction is now being concluded. So what I'm saying, students, is that the banks will not ask you for an OTP number to be read back, because there is no way that the bank can reverse a transaction on an OTP number. If for some reason you do receive a message on your SMS and the person phoned you, put the phone down or don't entertain the person, phone your bank, advise them that you see that you receive an SMS for an amount of X amount being purchased, and that you need to understand what is going on in your account itself. Please do not at any stage read back the OTP number via telephone to anyone for that matter. Because as I say, the banks cannot use an OTP number to reverse the account or reverse the transaction. I'm almost done. I just want to show you how these guys are. All right, I'm going to stop this video. It's quite long. Just in short, what actually transpired here, you can see that there's a call center. And this call center is actually in India, and they are scamming people around the world. Now, similar in South Africa, they refer them to as boiler rooms. These boiler rooms have been identified, and quite a few people have been arrested doing the similar scams. So it's like a call center where they actually scam people, phoning people, purporting to be from the bank or purporting to be from an institution, and they basically dupe the actual client unsuspectingly to actually reveal personal information. So it's very important that when you are basically receiving a call, make sure that you do not give out personal information. Rather, you phone that institution or that bank yourself on the numbers that you know, not the numbers that's provided by the scammers itself. So quickly, how to shop safely? Always register for 3D Secure or V by V. As I mentioned, these companies basically, your banks can, I think some banks will give you for free. Some banks basically, there's a service that you need to pay. But it's good to actually register for this, because if for some reason your card number, your expiry date, and your CVV2 has been compromised, then as I mentioned earlier on, it'll be an OTP number that is required to actually conclude the transaction. Only make purchases with your credit card on reputable sites. Always look for the lock sign. Always notice that the HTTP has an S, which stands for security. Do not send emails that contain personal information such as your credit card number and expiry date to anybody. If you are, I think most of us are now using our online, so actually more of us are more on online via our apps. So always see that your phone has a spam blocker. Never allow any websites or merchants to save your personal information or banking details. A typical example is that if you order food, say from Mr. D, after you have basically put in your details to buy that specific product, go back and you'll see on the 3 dots, you go down, it says card payment. Remove your information from there, because if it stays on the system itself, say for Mr. D, and Mr. D sometime has a breach, then your information could be at risk. Never save passwords or PINs on your desk. Change passwords frequently. A good example would be is that how do you actually remember all passwords? I always tell most of the people, or should I say most of the public, is that think of a song or your favorite song and use the first letter of every word of that song. But not the full song now, I would say maybe the first line. You can use the first letters of each one. And then don't use date of birth, don't use, your house numbers. You can actually use a password manager that you can actually download to actually, remember passwords. Because I can assure you that if you have quite a few devices that you're operating on, you shouldn't be having the same password for every device that you are basically, or every site that you're going in, shouldn't be the same. So a good example would be, to remember passwords is maybe your favorite song, use the first letters, and then you can just put it with a different character. But always you have to remember that. Don't carry unnecessary personal information. Don't disclose information, as I mentioned, passwords and PINs. Do not write the PIN numbers and passwords. Don't use internet cafes or unsecure terminals for banking. Because a lot of people see that it's free Wi-Fi, avoid using your banking or doing any banking on free Wi-Fis. When you destroy personal information, don't just throw it into a bin. Always shred it or burn it, because the criminals also do their own history. And what they would do is that's where the best place is to look for is a trash, and where they can actually get information. The other one is basically always check your credit, or should I say your bank statements. Make sure that any transactions that are disputed, that you actually note your bank that there is a problem with those specific transactions that you're disputing. And the last one is avoid giving any personal information over the telephone. This is what is now at the moment. This is actually rife. Calls from people purporting to be from the banks or from an institution, giving out loans and so forth. So try and avoid that. So believing that a phone call is from your bank or legitimate service provider, buying into the story of on the other end, often out of fear, as I mentioned, and a sense of urgency. You'll notice that this is what they try to instill into the clients, and then giving away your personal information, and then you have been vished, and this is how the criminal can actually obtain your confidential information. Remember, you got the power. If you sense that something is off, it probably is. And there is Mike. Not sure if there's any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moodley. I think it was very informative, your presentation, and also the questions being answered for a lot of us. Thank you very much for that, your expert advice as well, and we really thank you for your input. That was Mr. Maya Moodley from SABRIC, and he spoke about the ATM scams and fraud. So our next speaker, and we move over to the South African Police Service, and it's a privilege to welcome them as well. And the submission will be on common robberies, preventative measures, and also theft in general, and the GBV. And our next speaker will be Warrant Officer Mtumkulu. He's on his way. He's on his way to the mic. Warrant Officer at the mic. Just a few seconds, and then we will introduce him. Yes, just stay tuned. As I said, the next theme will be submissions, or the next submission will be the common robberies, and also explain about the preventative measures from common robberies, theft, general, GBV.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warrant Officer Mtumkulu from SAPS, on behalf of Colonel Van Wyk, who is on vacation leave, to present the crime scene, the crime stats. When you get the invitation from the university the first thing that came into our minds, it was people became victims because they are not aware on the areas where crime gets committed. They found themselves being vulnerable because of lack of information. The first thing that we compiled here was, let's get the information out there to the people who might be the victims in future, to those who have been victims in the past. My first slide will be the area of policing. Northwest University falls under Sector 3 in terms of our policing, as the station has been divided into 5 sectors. Northwest falls under Sector 3. We've got gray areas whereby mostly people fall victim, especially our students, between the robots of SE8 Pick and Pay and the entrance of the university, between the four-way stop of Hendrik van Eyck and Andries Potgieter up to Petretief, where there is a student residence, the Boulevard. Mostly they walk between those areas. Possibly they go to Pick and Pay. That is where crime is getting committed, even when they walk to the university. My third slide shows the days, the times when most crime is being committed. And in general, we have compiled from January until September. When you see your total, it looks bad, because we're talking about 93 crimes committed between January and September in one sector. But we went further to subdivide and target the specific areas whereby we are finding those areas has become a problem in terms of crime. My next slide is focused on SE7 area only, whereby Northwest University form part of that. When you deduct from 93, it gives you 84, which means still a high number of crime that happens in one specific area. Crimes in general that are committed in that area, we found theft general, house robberies, house breaking, malicious, and common assault, which mostly common assault emanate from domestic violence or quarrel between the couples. At the end of the day, it ends up formulating the GBV, whereby, or feminine, whereby a boyfriend kills girlfriend. The next slide, we have gone through the specific street areas where we pick up problems, like R42, that is Barrage Road, Andries Potgieter Road, Colonel Gordon, Cornwall Harris Street. The street that I'm mentioning, some of the students here, they reside there because there are student houses there. They become crime victims in their own residence. We might say the university is free from crime, is safe, the campus is safe, but these students are traveling between the university and their homes. That is where crime happens. And some of the crimes ended up reported at the school, whereby the police has to come and intervene. You've got General Frontman, Hendrik van Eyck, and Sparman. Days which are famous or whereby criminals target is Thursday, Sunday, and Friday. We are talking about long weekend, whereby everyone is there in a happy mood. They want to celebrate. We become reckless. We become negligent. We forget about our protection. Having one vehicle that is covering sector 3, as is stipulated from sector policing, whereby every sector must have a vehicle. The area becomes so big that one vehicle is not enough to cover the area, especially in the areas whereby we are not able to extend our hand. That's where we partnered with the Gauteng Department of Community Safety with the Patrollers program. We are busy recruiting from different institutions. We started at the VUT. We still have to come this side. We just recently met Mr. Leporta to come up with the program. But beside that, we've got community members who are staying in this area. We have come forward to volunteer to extend the police help in areas whereby we are not able to police, in areas whereby we take time to get to the areas. That patroller programs, we have resources like bicycles, which were donated by Coca-Cola, which were donated by nwu-pukke. The problem is, because of the less numbers of volunteers from the side of the students who can help us to ride those bicycles, especially in those areas whereby, after doing this analysis, we find that Hendrik van Eyck is having a problem and Rispotrik is having a problem at a specific time, where we will need the help through the program of Patrollers program, volunteers to help us to be able to be our eyes, ears, and everything that we need from them. In other sectors, we have implemented their programs very good with the assistance of the community. My plea, as representing SAPS, was to speak to meet the security company or the representative of the security and see how can they get involved in terms of helping to patrol certain areas whereby we are not able to be there on time. We're talking about the GBV. Mostly it happens at the residence. Others emanate from the entertainment places, and it goes to the residents, it ends up at the campus. The Department of Community Safety, through or with the help or in partnership with the SAPS, have started to open some centers. We have started at VUT, we have a VCC, whereby in connection with our VFF office at the station, we are dealing with handling the cases of GBV, whereby few volunteers from community were selected and are working hand in hand with our VFF office through VUT. Because of the high rate cases of GBV that we got from the VUT. As the previous speaker said, the institution is safe. Less cases of GBV are coming out of this institution, but we are picking them up at the residence. Because when we interviewed the victim, we found the victim is attending Northwest-University. The department normally gets directive from the numbers. If the numbers goes high, then they intervene. But in the meantime, while we haven't come to this area, we still advise that all the victims go to Vanabelpake CPS. We've got the VFF office, which deals with all these GBV and trauma things, including domestic violence. And mostly, with lack of knowledge or of the resources that we have as SAPS, that students do not come. Because I know some of the students who are part of the school, they are staying at Park Village because there's another resident there from our area, which is Sector 2. We handle some of the cases that side, and from the SAPS point of view, we have stabilized that area. The cases of GBV at Park Village residents have dropped because of the knowledge, the information that was given to the student, the awareness campaign that were done by social crime prevention into those areas. We are busy moving to SE7 and other areas whereby we're going to distribute pamphlets as part of awareness campaign to make sure that our students are aware of what is happening. Lately, another syndicate has come onto the picture, whereby they target these students who are working from CBD on Playfair Boulevard towards Isaac Sale Stadium. Because the place, again, is one of the gray areas. The vehicle will pass, someone will be dropped off, then they'll meet these students and started the prophetic thing. And they will fall for it. Immediately when they fall for it, they start going to take laptops from different students. Because the prophetic will be saying, because you are not doing good at school, because your friends have locked your laptop, that's why you are not getting the information. Now we need to unlock that information. For us to do that, we need to get the laptops of your friends. And the poor student will buy the story because it's a prophetic. Someone told her about the story that she didn't know
Cricket
about.
South Africa, CSA, the Department of Basic Education and Agricultural Business, SENWES, recently worked in collaboration on a
They will go to different residents, get the laptops. And when they are at the 5th residence, that's when they realize that they've been scammed. And the perpetrators are going for about 4 or 5 laptops. It's something that started 2 months ago. VU2 students have been targeted. The streets whereby these criminals or these syndicates are operating is Playfair, between CBD and Isaac Sale Stadium, and Risport Gitter between Isaac Sale Stadium and Hendrik van Eyck Social Garage. Even Hendrik van Eyck between Noordwes-universiteit and SE8 robots. The other thing that we're trying to push is to encourage students not to walk one by one on the street. We know if crime is going to happen, whether you are 10 or 20, it will still happen. But at least 2, 3 people, it helps in terms of if crime has occurred, one of them will be able to get information that we need to be able to investigate the case or follow up on the matter. But if you are one, most of the time it becomes so difficult because it gets crowded when this thing happens. By the time you realize it was too late, you didn't get the registration, the type of vehicle, you couldn't even get the description of the people who were scamming you. Now, our advice is try to be in numbers when you walk between these areas so that if one screams, the passerby can be able to intervene and possibly stop the crime that was going to occur. Going back to the community patrollers initiative, whereby we recruit community members, especially the student. Our process is very easy. We just take your fingerprints for vetting to check that you don't have a criminal record. If you don't have a criminal record, you give you the registration forms, you complete, you become part of us, you get into our database. If it happened that you have a criminal record that is above 10 years on a minor case, we come with an initiative to help you to apply for expungement of their criminal record through Justice Department in Pretoria. Because some people, you find while we are 13 years, 12 years, you stole sweets, then you end up being convicted in court. But they disregard that and say it's a minor thing. The problem starts when they apply for duties and they've got qualifications. Then this thing crops up that when you're 12 years, you stole sweets and you're convicted. Our duty when they apply to be patrollers, we vet them, and when we identify those things, we help them to, it's a process that takes 4 to 6 months to the Department of Justice in Pretoria, but at the end of the day, it clears your name. Then we put you into our database because we are not allowed, according to the Criminal Procedure Act, to have someone in our database who's having a criminal record. But at the same time, it's helping individuals who are not aware about that information and be able to build society for tomorrow, which is clear from crime. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Warrant Officer Ntumkulu. And he spoke about the common robberies and also the expectations and the preventative measures of common robberies, theft, and general GBV. So our next speaker and our next topic will be traffic offences and illegal connection of electricity and also theft of copper cable. And with us from the on behalf of the traffic chief is Mr. Maduna, and he will speak to us the use of mobile phones while driving, which is an offence, and he will speak to us about it, drinking and driving, reckless driving, and also their implications. Mr. Maduna.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first to thank the program director to accord us this opportunity to address the summit. And then secondly, I'll also pass my regard to the head of protection services to allow us or to invite us to be part of this magnitude event. Oh, all right, thanks. No, we are not used to these things, but then now we'll get used to as it goes by. Program director, as the head of the institution has indicated that we are living in a crime-infested country, and then we need to do something in that regard to address these social ills that we are faced with as a country. Okay, fine. Mine is just being short to address you or to address the summit on two things. On the use of cell phone, driving under the influence of alcohol, but I'm going to extend my scope in terms of what needs to be done out there on our roads. But then before I can do the presentation, I would like to play 3 videos or video clips. The one is on the use of cell phone. The other one is never trust a green light. And the third one is something, but you'll see that's something.
Hi, you.
Hi, how'd it go?
Yeah, it went well. I'm on my way back now, so I'll tell you about it when I get home.
Okay, well, the kids are in bed and dinner's on. James? James? Can you hear me?
You don't have to be in a car to cause a crash. Think. The moment you know they're driving, kill the conversation.
Richard didn't want to die, but he couldn't stop himself. Richard didn't want to die, but he couldn't stop himself. The collision with the car didn't kill him, but he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, so he continued on his journey. When he hit the inside of the car, that didn't kill him either. But his internal organs carried on travelling until they hit his rib cage, and his lungs were punctured, and the main artery from his heart was torn. And that's what killed Richard.
Our technical team for playing those videos for us. I just want to start with this one of the seatbelt. That is the importance, we say the importance of using the seatbelt. In most cases, our motorists out there, including some of us, we don't want to buckle up. And it is very much important for us as a motorist, including passengers, to buckle up. When you look at what is happening on that video is, if a vehicle travels with 120 kilometers per hour, even you inside, including passengers, we are traveling with the very same speed of that vehicle. So if anything happens, that vehicle that you are driving with collide with something or an object, a stationary object, the speed in which, as a passenger in that vehicle, you are traveling is going to change or is going to increase from 120 kilometers per hour at 20 kilometers per hour or 30 kilometers per hour. Then therefore, when you hit the steering or the steering wheel as a driver, your rib cage is going to be broken, contract, and then your internal organs will move forward with the same speed. And then that is what being called sudden death. So for us to prevent such things to happen, we need to buckle up, including the backseat passengers. So in most cases, when you arrive at an accident scene, you find that people who were traveling in that vehicle were sitting at the backseat of their car. In most cases, you'll find them outside the vehicle. And the reason being is they've been flying out or plunged outside the vehicle because of the speed that will be traveling it. So it is very much important for us to buckle up. I think I've just covered why should a person or a driver to buckle up when he's inside the vehicle or driving a motor vehicle. I just want to come to this one of the green light. There is this thing that is being happening nowadays. We have changed the laws or the rules of the road as motorists, including pedestrians. I remember when I was young, at the primary level, there was an old guy, a traffic officer will come to the school and tell us, and outline to us and say, guys, you know what, when you are out there, when you see the robot, he used to tell us, to teach us about the robot, that is green, orange, and red. And then he'll make us to sing those colors. So then now he'll start to say, when you see the red color there, it says you must stop. It says you must stop. And then the orange one, it says you must prepare yourself to stop. The green one, it says then now you can go, you are the right of way. But then nowadays is contrary to what we were told about or educated about. To say, when I'm approaching a robot, when the robot starts to turn orange or yellow, we accelerate. And there's no way in the law that says, as a person, you must accelerate when the robot turns orange. It says you must prepare yourself to stop. Because in a split of a second, it's going to turn red. Or in less than 2 seconds, it's going to turn red. So then when it turns red, you must be able to stop. Not to speed. So what happened on that video of never trust a green light? That motorbike or a cyclist was having a right of way. And for the mere fact of not being cautious when approaching that green light or the intersection, that is where he went in because he had the right of way. And then the other car, the light was red for him, and he was supposed to stop. But only to find that maybe he was thinking of something, or he saw that the robot turns orange and therefore I can accelerate so that when it turns green for the other or the approaching motorist, then I'll be over that robot or the intersection. Of which, what I'm trying to say is, even if you had the right of way, you must be cautious at all times. The right of way will take your life. Right of way will take your legs. You must always be cautious when you approach intersections, including the barrier lines. In most cases, or 80% of our accidents, they do happen in the intersections. 20% is on a straight road or curves or on the barrier lines, the inclines. You don't overtake on a barrier line, but now people are doing it. The law is clear. You are not allowed to overtake on a barrier line. But our current drivers now, they do overtake on a barrier line. And then I'm going to do a presentation on a vehicle system control, or the controls the vehicle, whatever. It's a system. And that is going to indicate how should we behave out there as drivers. So then now, why I'm saying this, making a reference to our drivers, our current drivers, is that when you drive within the speed limit that is being designated on a particular road, you drive 60 kilometers, people are in a hurry, we don't know why, or maybe that's the type of vehicles that you are driving, to show that how fast my car is, or maybe I want to prove a point of some sort. People will overtake on a barrier line, and then the other ones approaching, and then you say, I'm having a right of way, then therefore, that one must get out of my way. And then you'll find that we end up with head-on collision. That is why we lose many lives on our roads. Others will lose control. Then you ask yourself, how can a person lose control of the vehicle? So maybe he was trying to avoid the person who's misbehaving at that particular time. And when the accident occurs, the one who causes it cannot even stop, just drive away. So you'll see by finish, how are you going to respond to that and so on. But then now, at the end of the day, officers will come there, paramedics, whoever, and then it's costing us a lot of money. Remember, by taking 2 police vehicles to a crime scene, accident scene, 2 traffic officers' vehicles to a crime scene, there must be an ambulance again. And at some point, you need about 4 ambulances to a one scene. And then to close the road for about 4-6 hours is costly. More especially over the weekend, you'll have to pay those people overtime. And that overtime is ranging from different rates. So it's too costly. And it's not only costing the national government alone. It's costing even the municipality, the SAP, all those departments that are there. It's costly for them. And at the end of the day comes the road accident fund. the road accident fund must also foot the bill. If in that, for argument's sake, we say in that particular accident scene, the patients who are there, they don't have medical aids and so on and so on, the road accident funds is going to foot the bill in terms of paying those emergency services who responded to that particular scene. And then when you do things, we don't even check. Our actions are costing this government a lot of money that can be redirected to certain things, like your education, your housing, and so on. If we can behave as motorists in this country, so that money being used by road accident fund to compensate the victims of accidents can be redirected to higher education, and then also then we get rid of this unnecessary or unprecedented protest by students. I'm not advocating that, but I'm just indicating to say that this is what can happen if we can behave correctly so. Right, let's get to the cell phone. That is where the request was made in terms of this summit, because of it's a concern that needs to be addressed. But every time people are being educated, or maybe it's an issue of ignorance, to use the cell phone whilst you are driving. But then now that clip is clear to say John's wife called him because John was late, or maybe she wanted him to bring something home. Then she picked up a phone and listened to, to his wife. Suddenly, he hit an object. After hitting an object, and then he had to, accidentally, he passed on. Who's the cause of that death? Is it that cell phone and the wife? It's a question to be answered by someone else. But both of them, they are wrong. One, in the first place, whilst John was driving, was not even supposed to pick up a phone. Or maybe he picked up the phone fearing that, hey, my wife is going to give me a runaround. But anyhow, it's a reality. Those are some of the things that are happening. If I don't pick up my phone, even myself driving, hey, when I arrive home, then I'll run around. So it's a reality. But then now people need to know that if you want to talk to someone else, or you want to pick up a call whilst driving, you must just pull over, you stop, and then you answer your phone. After answering your phone, you can proceed with your journey. But then now, in terms of the law, the National Road Traffic Act, 93 of 1996, Regulation 308A, Sub-Regulation 1, Paragraph A, prohibits the use of cell phone. It's in the law. And in terms of the South African law prohibits any use or any kind of, or any act that is contrary to the law, or it's a criminal law, either one. But in terms of the law, it's wrong. And then hence, this regulation was enacted in the National Road Traffic Act of 93 of 1996. So we come to the issue of driving under the influence of alcohol, before I can go to these other presentations. Section 65, 2A of the National Road Traffic Act, before was amended, it did allow for one to drive with a certain percentage of alcohol in his or her blood. It did allow it before. But then now it has been amended. Then it says it's zero rated now. But before it was saying that when you, or if we test you, you take your blood for sampling and so on, and then the percentage or the concentration of blood, of alcohol in your blood, it's supposed to be 0.05 gram per 100 milliliter. It was like that before. And then in terms of the professional driver, those who are driving trucks, taxis, and so on, and then the percentage or the concentration was supposed to be 0.02 gram per 100 milligram. And then in terms of breath, the concentration of alcohol was supposed to be 0, on a normal driver, 0.24 milligram per 100 milliliter. And then on the PRDP, or professional drivers, 0.10 milligram per 100 millimeter. But then now, with the new amendment, that's not the case now. Of those, the zeros, it's 0. I just wanted to stress that one, or to emphasize that point. No one is allowed or to be found with a certain percentage of alcohol in his blood or her blood. It's 0. 0. There's no 0 something, it's 0. So people must understand that our student out there, our student community out there, they should know that no one, we see them, we see all these things out there around the campuses and so on. I think somewhere there next to VUT, there's a pub there that called Point One, and it's a cause for concern. It's a cause for concern because some of the things, they happen during the night there, more especially after 10. So you'll find students sitting there, drinking, thereafter they get into the car overloaded and doing all sorts of things. Others hanging on the windows and so on, and it's dangerous for our student population to do that because students have been sent by parents to school or to institution to study, to become better something tomorrow, not for them to come and learn how to drink alcohol and do unruly or unseemly things. So some of the things or areas are cause for concern that needs to be attended to. And more especially, I just want to make this one, to say that even I wonder how the liquor board granted those people the liquor license, because that place is next to the institution of higher learning. It is not supposed to be a joint there where people go and sit down. By so doing, we are distracting or we are killing the future of those children. Or maybe we'll be having graduates that are drunkards. I don't know. Something else that we need to attend to as a society. Then I'm done with this section of driving under the influence of alcohol. I just wanted to come to this presentation. Let's see. The system of a vehicle control. When this presentation was compiled, it was in 2006, whereby a study was done by the National Department of Transport, including the road safety, to check what is it that is impacting on our road safety. And then as a result of that research, they have developed a system, the system that called CPIT, and of which is a very much important system that we need to understand and master, all of us. So then when the study was done, it was established that in 26 road fatalities, or per 100,000 people, we had 26 road fatalities. So in whatever accident that have been occurred, if per 100 people, we end up with 26 fatalities. And then this number was one of the highest in the world. So I just want to come to this one. South Africa is one of the signatories of the United Nations, blah, 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 blah. And then we committed ourselves before 2010. That was in 20-something. And then we said in 2010 we will reduce, or we are going to reduce our accident stats with 50%. But guess what? In 2010, we failed to reduce our accident by that 20%. Instead of reducing, the stats were increasing. We are going up in 2010 as part of the agreement or that signatory to say that we are, as part of our commitment to say that we are going to reduce the number of accidents by 50%, but we have failed. And the reason why we have failed is our people are not responsive. Government officials, we are doing all sorts of things. Awarenesses, print media, we print some fancy pamphlets, newspapers, and so on. But then now, at the end of the day, no results. So whether it's an issue of ignorance, or it's an issue of lawlessness, unruly behavior, you can name them. That is where we find ourselves in that particular situation. And that was the latest statistics at the time. And then, including now, even now, towards the end of the year when you compile, or when you compile the stats after the new year, we'll find that we had about 15,000 people died on our road. 15,000. When the number is reduced, it's 14,000 plus. Not below that, per year. And then in that particular year, you'll find that you are having about 60,000 people seriously injured. And then at that particular time, the cost was 46 billion per year. That was in 2006. And obviously, it's a huge money that we are spending on the accidents only. Right. With the system, why the system? The department came to a point that if we can use a standardized system, the number of collisions on our road will be greatly reduced. And this system is based on safe driving action, has been developed in South Africa, and then it's called System of Vehicle Control. The system, it must be mastered by all of us, all drivers in South Africa, before they can obtain driver's license. But now it's a vice versa. You go for a driver's license, not mastering the system or not knowing the system, and then you come and drive, not knowing the system. But then now, this system, one would say it was supposed to become part of the driving school curricula. So when a person goes to a driving school to learn for a learners, he must also go through the system and know the system. And even if one goes for the practical driving lessons, must also be taught the system. This system has 5 major components, that is search, identify, predict, decide, and execute, CPIT. So let's look on the search part of it, why we should search whilst we are driving. You should look or you should search for hazards. What are those hazards? A child can be a hazard, a ball can be a hazard, a dog can be a hazard, a person is a hazard, or so, and so on. So whilst you are driving, you should continuously search for any hazard. Continuously do that. You search for hazard. So once, after searching for hazard, you need to identify what type of a hazard it is. Let's say whilst you are driving around, maybe let's say one of the streets in Sebokeng or in Sharpeville, here comes a ball bumping inside the road. After seeing the ball, what is it is going to follow? A child. So if you are able to apply this, you will be able to say, here's a ball, then after the ball is a child. Then you must slow down so that when the child gets into the road, then you stop, then you allow the child to take the ball and go. But then now, how many children have been knocked down by vehicles in our townships or on our roads? It's because of we don't have people who can be able to search and identify hazards on our road. And then who cannot even predict. So when you see the ball, you must also predict. Then the child is following the ball. Then after predicting, what do? You decide. What action are you going to take? Then after taking that action, you execute your action or your decision. That is the system in brief. Let's see. I just want to cut my presentation short with, there's an adult pedestrian presentation. I'm not going to dwell much on it. I'm just going to overlook it, just because of time. We need to keep time. Program director. So I wanted just to introduce this beautiful animal that is coming, I think by the 1st of December. It was supposed to be implemented or to be rolled out on the 1st of October, but was not, due to some challenges there and there, it was shifted to the 1st of December. This beautiful system or animal is called ARDO. ARDO, Adjudication, Administration of Road Traffic Offenses. It says adjudication, administration of road traffic offenses, or administration, adjudication. We can interpret the way we want it, but then now the fact of the matter is an adjudication, administration of road traffic offenses. It's a beautiful baby ARTO that is coming, that was enacted in 2008. And there are some amendments, 4 or 5 amendments which have been done on it. And then finally, it was supposed to be rolled out on the 1st of October, was not rolled out. And then there are legislative processes, ARTO processes, the role players of the system that needs to be followed. But then now, the implication of this legislation is drivers are going to be penalized. Drivers are going to be penalized by the implementation or the introduction of the demerits point or points demerit system. Each and every one will be allocated 15 points. Initially was 12, but then now it's 15. With the latest amendments, 15 points. Every driver allocated 15 points. But when you start at 0. Depends with the kind of an offense you'll be committing. Different offenses carrying different number of points or demerits point. Let's say you drive over the robot, a red robot, maybe it's 5 points. Me, myself, come across you, stop you and say, good morning, sir, can I have your driver's license? You give it to me, and then I'm telling you that you have driven over a red robot or you have disregarded the direction of a road traffic signal that tells you what to do, and then you decided to disregard it, and then I'll give you a traffic summon of a robot, totaling maybe to $1,000 plus 5 points. And then the next day, you drive on Hendrik van Eyck with the excess of speed limit of 80 or 90, then you get 2 points, then 7 points are gone. And then you go, then now your 15 is gone, then your license will be suspended. Your license will be suspended for 3 to 6 months. And then from there, for you to reduce those points, 3 months, not committing any offense. 3 months, not committing any offense. And then 1 point will be taken off. You remain with 14. Another 3 months, you don't commit any offense. And then the system will reward you with 1 point. Njalo njalo. 1 point, 3 months. 1 point is equals to 3 months, so 3 months is equals to 1 point. Those who did math, they know the ratio of those 1 point is to 1. So then now, even if, let's say you had 7 points, 7 points is deducted from your 15. But then now for you to go back to your 15, you must stay 3 months without committing any offense. And then it's how many months? 21 months to get rid of the 7, to go back to 14. So you must stay, actually you must go to 2 years not committing any offense of some sort. That's how the system is going to penalize us. Us, not you, us. If we don't behave out there, and then this system is going to make us to behave. That's the danger of the system. The ARTO. Program director and the head of the institutions and the entire audience, I would like to thank you. This is what we have planned to present from our side as traffic. But then now, in closing, to say, driving under the influence of alcohol is an offense. It's an offense. You will be arrested. Your blood will be taken for sampling. And then after taking for sampling, appear before the magistrate, the prosecutor, then they'll give you your present. And the present of drinking driving ranges from 2 to 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maduna. Very interesting. Just to add on, I think some of the points, the seat belts, the wearing of the seat belts, importance thereof, buckle up, drinking and driving, you emphasized on that as well. And the interesting statistics, the demerit point systems. The 1 point equal to 3 months. I think there's a lot of our citizens that is going to work for a long time to demerit themselves again. But thank you very much. Very, very interesting and very informative. And we're looking forward to a next time at the Northwest University. Ladies and gents, that concludes the first part of our summit this morning. We are going to break for about 15 minutes. just to catch up some of the lost time. So please bear with us. Stay tuned in the next 15 minutes. We will start off, and then we will start off with Mr. Chris Kombrink from Disaster Management, and he will speak to us about disaster management, preparedness, and also everything that goes with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Welcome back to our summit, our crime summit for 2021 at the Van der Bijlpark campus of the Northwest University. And we hope that you had some refreshments, and welcome back. My name is Pieter Moller, as previously said, and I will facilitate the rest of today's summit and the speakers also. And very interesting, we had some heavy debates, if I can call it that, heavy debates and discussions on the traffic fines and the offences, and very interesting to hear all the interesting facts about statistics and demeriting of and point system, and also the drinking and driving, seat belts, and the buckle up, all that interesting facts. But just to add on to that, and our technical team has already been taken into custody because they've got a lot of offences against them. Just joking. No, just to add on that, we are privileged to also introduce May Moeti, and she's also from the traffic department. It's a great privilege and an honor to have you here. Welcome, and we would like to listen to you.
Thank you, colleagues. Mine is just to add on what Ndate Madonna has alluded on. I'm the acting chief of traffic temporarily, and I just want to emphasize, because I've been heading an operation whereby we are experiencing more of traffic offences that are happening on a regular basis. We have a problem of drivers who are driving without driver's licenses, of which to us it's a problem because of now, if we are found driving without a driver's license, it's a criminal act. I believe some of you or most of you have realized that because of the backlog that we are experiencing because of the COVID-19, it has been extended till next year, the 31st of March. So most of the people have taken an advantage of driving, but now when it comes to an accident, I don't say they must do accident, but when it comes to an accident, it's going to create a problem to the insurances. Secondly, people are driving with expired disc. Remember, it was said they were given an extension up to the end of August 2021. Now, it has been said now we should continue giving them fines. They don't have an alternative. People must go and renew their license disc. These are the traffic offences that we are experiencing on a daily basis. Thirdly, in our area at Mfuleni, what we have seen, most of the people, the challenges that we have is these foreign registrations. We have a challenge, especially when we have joint roadblocks. When we come across the foreign registration, to us as Mfuleni traffic officers, the problem is the charges that we have. We can't issue a fine on foreign registrations because of under our National Road Traffic Act, they are not really covered. The people that can interpret the foreign registration together with the driver's license of the foreigners is customs, of which is based in Alberton. If ever we have operation, we need to draw them from Alberton, and they are in charge of Gauteng as a whole. So they are working with minimal staff, of which to us, it gives us a problem whereby you'll see people are driving as they wish, and then people are buying cars from outside, and then they know for the fact that when they are around, they cannot be charged. And also, on the cameras, our E90 system doesn't record them. It's like a number plate, a car that is without a number plate, of which is disadvantaging those who are paying their license disc. That is the problem that we are faced with, but it has been raised to Department of Transport, or how best can we deal with this problem that we are faced with. And then the other thing is non-compliance of Road Traffic Act, as Ndate Madonna has alluded on. The speeding. failing to stop at the stop signs, robots, it creates a problem. Same as the stats are showing us, most of the crimes that are committed by motorists ranges from 10 p.m. from Fridays to Sundays until 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. That is where crime emanates. So these are real problems, because now with traffic, we don't have 24/7 employees on the road. We only work until 10 o'clock. And then I've seen on the program, there's a cable theft. As a department, we have established a unit comprising of 2 people for cable theft. And the very same officers, they are investigating officers. They are the ones who are patrolling. Remember, as a municipality, we have appointed a service provider to deal with this cable theft, to guard the buildings of the municipality and. So the very same 2 people, they cannot cover the area. So we have, we are working together with SAPS. Immediately when the cable theft is reported, they report to SAPS for investigation and to open cases and. So it is not easy for us to cover, of which it hampers the service delivery in our area. So people might say municipality is not doing enough, and then when we ask the service provider to maybe to deploy people in those depots where cable theft is being taken, you find that they don't also have enough staff to can cover the whole area of the municipality. I think that is what I wanted to touch on, based on the offenses that we have and the cable theft that we are experiencing in our area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our acting traffic chief, Mayor Mueti. And also we want to urge our viewers, our students, personnel and all other viewers to really renew their licenses and their license discs in advance. As you heard, you can't rely on the 6 months extension period anymore. Thank you, Mayor Mueti. We're going to move on and speak about the disaster event management, if I'm right. And I think at this stage, I would like to call on Mr. Tabiso Mosiane of the Disaster Management Preparedness. Okay, I think we're going to maybe move on, just wait a bit for that one. And also I just want to get an indication from our personnel. Are you going to talk? Okay, they're both on their way, and now it's my privilege to introduce Mr. Joseph Ntlatli. He's an old, well-known, he's not old, but he is well-known on the campus, and one of our popular personnel officials. And Mr. Joseph will speak to us about the role and responsibilities of the protection service. Joseph, a hearty word of welcome, and it's a privilege to listen to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and good morning to all our guests, our stakeholders, our audience. My name is Joseph Ntlatli. I'm the senior manager of protection services at the Northwest-University Vaal campus. I've got something that I saw on Google, whether it is reliable or not, but I'm going to read that. And I'm not a poet. I'm going to try my best. Because my presentation
is about gender-based violence. This that I got from Google goes like, I got flowers today. It wasn't my birthday or any other special day. We had our first argument last night. He said a lot of cruel things that really hurt me. I know he was sorry and didn't mean the things he said because I got flowers today. I got flowers today. It wasn't our anniversary or any other special day. Last night he threw me into a wall and started to choke me. It seems like a nightmare. I couldn't believe it was real. I woke up this morning sore and bruised all over. I know he must be sorry because he sent me flowers today. I got flowers today. It wasn't Mother's Day. Or any other special day. Last night he beat me up again, and it was much worse than all other times. If I leave him, what will I do? How will I take care of my kids? What about money? I'm afraid of him and scared to leave. But I know he must be sorry because he sent me flowers today. I got flowers today. Today was a very special day. It was the day of my funeral. Last night, he finally killed me. He beat me to death. If only I had gathered enough courage and strength to leave him, I would not have gotten flowers today. This poem is dedicated to all victims of and survivors of domestic violence. This was written by Paulette Kelly. Now my presentation today will be about domestic violence. But before I go to domestic violence, I want to explain and thank the university management for having a vision that protection services will have to ensure that students, employees, and visitors of the Northwest University, irrespective of whether you are in Mafikeng or in Potchefstroom or in Vanderbilt Park, protection service must make sure that these people are safe. Now, when we engage into the safety of our university community, we work together with internal partners as well as external stakeholders. Now today we've invited our external stakeholders so that we can come and show that together against crime, we will win. The police presented their crime statistics, and in terms of their mandate, in section 205(3) of the Constitution, they are responsible for the safety of everyone in South Africa. We also call the traffic department, who are also assisting to achieve the safety of the South Africans, to come and be part of us and share the knowledge and expertise that they have in showing that together we are able to fight the crime. We also had invited the NPA, National Prosecuting Authority, but due to the cases that they have on Mondays, they've indicated that they are unable to come, but in future they will join us because they are in this with us. We've also asked the municipality to come on board and join us. We are still waiting for Mrs. Lerato Pia, who will also come and present. But protection services responsibilities is to ensure that our students are in a safer places. That is why we are always advising them. Every year when the first year students come in, we say to them, if you look for a place, make sure that you look for an accommodation that does not have long grasses. Look for an accommodation that has got street lights. Look for an accommodation that does not have vandalized houses. Because all these things that I've mentioned are contributing towards our crime. I'll explain why I'm saying this. The long grasses, if students leave, they are accommodation. Criminals, when they break into their places, they are able to take the items and hide them in those long grasses. When the police comes, the police will come and open a docket, and then the police will investigate the matter later. Street lights, if the street lights are not working, the area is darker. And we all know that criminals don't want places that are having lights. They all are comfortable with places that are dark. And then lastly, the vandalized houses are being used by criminals because this is where, when they are wanted, they hide in places that they know that it's not their residential addresses. Now, I want to thank everyone that came through to assist us with this crime summit. Now, I will start by saying, what is gender-based violence? According to the United Nations 1993 Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, it describes gender-based violence as follows: any act of violence that results in or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or psychological harm or suffering to women, including threats of such acts, coercion or arbitrary deprivation of liberty, whether occurring in public or private life. Violence against women shall be understood to encompass, but not limited to, the following: physical, sexual, and psychological violence occurring in families, including battery, sexual abuse of female, children, dowry-related violence, marital rapes, female genital mutilation, violence related to exploitation, sexual harassment and intimidation, at work, in educational institution, and elsewhere, trafficking in women, and forced prostitution and violence perpetrated or condoned by the state. The legislative framework for gender-based violence in South Africa will be the Domestic Violence Act of 1998, the Sexual Offence Act of 2007, Protection from Harassment Act of 2011, Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Human Persons Act of 2013. What is domestic violence? Domestic violence is the most common form of gender-based violence amongst partners. It refers to forms of abuse which includes physical abuse, emotional, verbal and psychological abuse, economic abuse, intimidation, harassment, stalking, damage to property, etc., etc. Now, victims of crimes are told about protection order. What is protection order? It is a written order that is issued by a magistrate to stop any person from committing any act of domestic violence against another person with whom he or she has a domestic relationship. Now, these relationships will differ from family members. If somebody is a family member, a son or a daughter to a parent, a relationship between a boyfriend and a girlfriend, those that are common. Now, the Domestic Violence Act of 1998, in terms of this domestic violence, a domestic relationship means a relationship between a complainant and a respondent if they are or are married to each other, are of the same sex or opposite sex, are the parents of a child or persons who have parental responsibility to that child, are family members related by blood relation, affinity, or adoption, or are engaged, dating, or in a customary relationship, or they share or recently shared the same residence. The forms of abuse in terms of the Domestic Violence Act of 1998. These are physical abuse. It's shoving, slapping, punching, kicking, throttling, or biting. Assaults with objects such as guns, knives, or any other dangerous weapons. Sexual abuse may include, but is not limited to, the rape, attempted rape, and indecent assault. Ongoing slurs such as bitch, war, slut, etc., etc. Emotional or verbal psychological abuse. This may include, but is not limited to, constant insults, ridicule, or name-calling, repeated threats of violence or death to cause emotional pain, other form is economic abuse, which may include, but is not limited to, selling of shared property without the consent of the victim, accessing a joint bank account for personal use without the consent of the victim, there are also intimidation, which may include written or verbal threats. Harassment is not limited to repeatedly watching the victim outside or near his or her house, workplace, school or business premises, or any other place where or he or she happens to be, constantly phoning the complainant. Stalking may include constantly approaching the victim and asking or demanding to talk to her or him against his or her will. Damage to property is one other form, that is by breaking windows or cell phones or any other property that belongs to the complainant. The cutting and damaging of furniture or victim's clothes. The unauthorized entry into the victim's residence by using a duplicate key to gain access to the victim's property, or jumping the wall or a fence to gain access to the victim's property. Now, how do we report and refer people who are affected by this GBV? When a victim of gender-based violence reports the incident at Campus Protection Services, that is at the security, the following procedure will be strictly adhered to. There will be a designated campus protection officer who will refer a victim for trauma debriefing. This is absolutely essential, since it will allow the victim to make an informed decision on the need to pursue legal action. Secondly, the victim will be able to submit all the pertinent information to the officer to facilitate a reliable account of what transpired. If the victim elects to pursue the legal action, the campus protection officer will obtain a competent statement without any ambiguity to initiate the criminal investigation. To prevent re-victimization, the first copy of the statement obtained will also serve as initiate to the disciplinary processes if the respondent is a student or an employee of the Northwest University. If the employee or is a victim and elects to apply for a protection order, the second copy of the statement of the complainant may be used for this purpose. I want to put this clear that we are not taking the responsibilities of the police. Under the referrals and the report, it is the procedure of the campus. But if a person wants to open a case with the police, we assist the complainant to be taken to a police station after we have obtained a statement so that the police can investigate the matter further. The last thing that I wanted to share with us is that these incidents of gender-based violence are very sensitive in all the universities in South Africa. And this is also a priority to the Department of Higher Education. The reason I decided to present this gender-based violence, it's because of that whoever is a victim must know that we are there to assist. And if you are not sure, you must come to us so that we can guide and make sure that there is justice to the victims. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joseph Ntlantli, and from our own protection services, campus protection services, and thank you very much for your insert. And I think the huge problem of gender-based violence and domestic violence, we cannot overemphasize, and a more serious note, to ensure the safety and the security of our family and friends. So let's work together and with our campus protection services and get rid of these crimes. What we're going to do now, we're going to allow and also introduce Lerato Pia from Legal Connections and Streetlights. She will talk about the crime prevention and safety. Lerato is from Public Safety. It's a great privilege to welcome her at our Crime Summit for 2021. Thank you, Lerato. Just while we are setting up all the technical equipment, then we're going to hear what Lerato has to say. As I said, crime prevention and safety, and she's from Public Safety. Something to look forward to after that, the student counseling and development. We're going to talk about medical and acute psychological support. We also have an input on role and responsibilities of the fire department. And then we will conduct this summit with the Professor Linda du Plessis at the end. So stay tuned. If you just tuned in, remember you are more than welcome to join us also afterwards on, and that will be the social media platforms, and also especially on the NWU YouTube channel. You can follow the links on the Northwest University's website. But as I said before that, we are going to listen to Lerato Pia, Legal Connections and Streetlights.
My apologies, I'm not sure what happened to the folder. Do you have the document there? I don't see it here. It was supposed to be here.
Well, our technical staff are battling to sort out our technical problems. Just to give you a summary of what today's summit is about and what happened. If you missed anything, please tune in and go to our social media platforms of the Northwest University, and you will find out all that happened this morning. We had a very interesting conversation and presentation on ATM scams and fraud by Sabric. We also had a very interesting and informative presentation from Warrant Officer Mkulu on common robberies and also measures to prevent that. And then we had Mr. Maduna, who spoke about everything from seat belts, the importance thereof, to buckle up, drinking and driving, interesting statistics, and the demeriting of points systems. And then also Mueti, who spoke about the renewing of a license disc in advance. So again, we urge all our viewers to renew their licenses. And then Mr. Joseph Nklati, who spoke about the role and the responsibilities of protection services on the campus. Also gender-based violence and domestic violence, and to secure the safety and security of our family and friends. So as we said, let's work together with our campus protection services and get rid of all these bad crimes amongst us. Ms. Laratu Pia is ready. Thank you to our technical staff. Laratu, great privilege to have you here, and you are more than welcome to make your presentation.
Okay, good morning all. Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. My apologies for being late. I had another meeting to attend to before I could get here. And sorry about the whole inconvenience now, just when we started. I'm not sure whether we are viewing the presentation elsewhere or we're just going to go with what I'm saying. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. The overview of the demarcation of the municipality according to crime prevention, it's divided into 3 regions, which is Region 1, Region 2, and Region 3. I'll be based on Region 1 because that's where I provide crime prevention services in, which is your Vanderbilt Park area, Buipatong, Bupilong, and the Barrage area. So, like I said, I will be based on the Vanderbilt Park area more because that is where we are. That's where our the universities that we have are in that area. And the composition of the public safety, we've got the traffic department, the municipal court, and the fire and rescue. Though each department has its own unique mandate. And our mandate as the crime prevention comes directly from the Constitution of the Republic of the country, which is to provide and to promote a safe and healthy environment. Crime occurs in very specific areas, and that's where the white paper comes in. The white paper, as per 1998, about crime in which the municipality must carry out this mandate, along with the stakeholders that were composed by the Community Safety Forum. The Community Safety Forum is a platform which was established by the municipality in 2012, whereby relevant stakeholders relevant and various stakeholders come together to fight the scourge of crime in our municipalities. Internally, we've got role players like the Office of the Mayor, the Office of the Speaker, your ward councillors, our communications department, bylaw department, land use, building control, electric, environmental health. And externally, we're working very closely with Gauteng Department of Community Safety, CDBN District Municipality, CPFs, SAPS, the Department of Education, the Department of Labor, Correctional Services, Home Affairs, Initiation Schools Forums, and previously we worked very closely with the VUT, the Social Justice and Reconciliation Department, which for me gives me a great honor to be invited to this meeting. It means then amongst my role players, I will now have Northwest University, which previously has been difficult for us to come in and role play with the university. And before we could go anywhere, as I'm speaking here, I'm soliciting buy-in actually of the university because Mfuleni local municipality is embarking on the review of the safety plan for the next 5 years. As the administration of the municipality changes, we will be now embarking on an exercise of conducting surveys, community crime surveys, and profiling the areas. In our case, we'll be profiling the wards. So I would very much like a buy-in from the university, and maybe this time our surveys will be accurate because we would have experts in research and compiling information from the surveys that we will be compiling. My apologies that I'm not going to speak so much on cable and illegal connections. We next time we'll make sure that we're having bylaws here so that they can get direct to the point when it comes to issues like those. But like I say, that I'm soliciting buy-in as I'm speaking here. What we normally do in terms of illegal connections, when we do our profiles, we not only wait for the time where we do our surveys to profile our wards. From time to time, we profile, and we just go around the area and look at those faults. And we work closely with the relevant departments to look at those faults that you are talking about. And then we compile a report, and we draw up recommendations to relevant departments. That's what we mostly do. And in our program, because we're dealing mostly with awareness programs, in our we've got a 10-point program, which starts from your school safety, promoting a conducive learning and teaching environment, and we've got a 365 days of no abuse against women and children, where we prioritize platforms to reduce gender-based violence. We've got anti-substance abuse. Merely we're extending the role of the municipality in the fight against illegal substances. Crime prevention through environmental design, which is the one I've just spoke about, that from time to time we will profile the wards just to see what is wrong in that ward and just to see how we can help. And some of the information we get from platforms such as these meetings, which maybe the school will call, where we'll have some of those issues that pop up from now and then, whereby we'll just come in with the intervention as the municipality. Even though it's no secret from where we are sitting that the municipality is battling, and we are doing whatever we can with the little that we have. We're not sitting by and say we're waiting for the municipality to come and assist. Typical example, if we get to a place where maybe a heap, a rubble or just illegal dumping is happening, yes, we cannot wait for the municipality. We will gather the people in the community just to come and have that one-day cleanup campaign. And if there are those who can cut the grass for us at that time, they will also be buying into that program that we are doing at that time. So we are not sitting by and saying the municipality doesn't have money, but we are doing little, whatever with the little that we have. We also have youth crime prevention. We have expanding the role of the municipality, whereby we attend all the stakeholder meetings and get issues like I was saying from your SAPS, your ward public meetings, your school meetings, whatever meeting you invite us, we extend the role of the municipality in the fight of crime in that fashion. And then we've got promoting crime prevention, where we participate in social programs. Basically, it's the same one as extending the role. The difference this time is that we attend actual programs, not only meetings. And we have law enforcement. Law enforcement, what we do, like I said, that we mostly do awareness programs. So in the law enforcement, we will facilitate and recommend action where the kind of crime prevention that we do, which is the soft crime prevention, where soft crime prevention is not responsive is where then we will recommend a hard one, which is law enforcement. And then promoting public safety, the objective is to reduce levels of crime and fear amongst the community. And besides reduction of crime and building resilience against crime within the institutions of higher learning, your participation within the structure of the CSF will be highly appreciated and will be valued, which means from now on when we send out our invites where we meet with those stakeholders, one invite will also be coming to the VUT as well and the Northwest-University. That's all that we have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leratu Pia, and from the crime prevention, public safety, we can really ensure that we as a Northwest University community will be working closely with you in the near future and your department in protecting our local communities. Thank you very much for that input, and very interesting as well. Our next speaker, and I just want to make sure, will that be Mr. George? Mr. George Temane, thank you very much. Student counseling and development, a very interesting theme, and this is about medical and acute psychological support. And many of our students might be wondering what support is available for them. And today we hear from Mr. George Temane from the Student Counseling and Development of what he has to say. Thank you very much, and welcome here, Mr. George Temane.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope I'm audible. No. So. Thank you. Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I should begin perhaps by observing all protocols. My name is George Lesego Temane. I'm a senior clinical psychologist, and here I serve as the Senior Manager for Student Counseling and Development. So the core business of student counseling development is student wellness, of course. We're in charge of ensuring that students have access to all of these wellness services. This includes psychological services and, as well as access to medical services and so on and so forth. we also provide some of the services within the unit. So, my staff include clinical psychologists, industrial psychologists, social workers, counselors, and HIV/AIDS coordinators. So a big part of the things that we do here do relate to crime within our communities. And one of the services that we do provide is what we refer to as the TUSO crisis line. This crisis line, for the most part, deals with, firstly, risk assessment. Students who are in crisis will call the crisis line or will send a message to the crisis line. We typically will call them back to find out, firstly, if they are experiencing some sort of crisis, what is the nature of this crisis, so that, we can extrapolate what sort of interventions are necessary for the students there. For the most part, we basically provide emotional support on the crisis line, so it is a telephonic intervention, and, whereas we wish we had sufficient staff to intervene, personally, we don't really have that staff, and so for the most part, the interventions are telephonic in nature. And then finally, what we do is we activate emergency services. So that is the link that we have between, providing emergency services for the students who are in this crisis. If that's not necessary, then in the most extreme cases, admission to some hospital within the Mfuleni municipality. On our crisis line, for the most part, the things that we are seeing an increase in, I think, over the past 3 years is firstly gender-based violence, physical assault, as well as robberies, which is on the increase now. Within the River Bend area, and I think also within Bedworth Park, we have seen there's been a lot more robberies. Students' laptops, cell phones have been stolen. And I want to say, luckily, we haven't seen too much physical violence on our students specifically. It is still a problem, however. I think the lack of physical violence is not a lack of need for intervention from all of the stakeholders here. So we do still need to see that. In terms of our psychological profile or our profile of disorders that come out of these issues we do see a lot of acute stress disorder, which untreated becomes post-traumatic stress disorder. We also see a lot of mood diagnoses, so depression, major depressive disorder, and so on and so forth. There's also a major feature which requires a lot of, either one, very good set of interventions from a psychologist or interventions from many different persons, including medical officers and so on and so forth. Substance abuse also is an issue that we haven't really dealt with, I think, as a republic very well. And the issues that we are seeing on our crisis line as well as in the office are what we refer to as substance-induced mood and psychotic disorders. I think for the most part, what we are aware of is the addiction element of substances, but they do produce psychological issues which are very difficult to treat. I think any person who has met someone who uses a particular drug and needs to be taken to a hospital for that, they will know that it's not a very easy thing to deal with in our families, and so our communities will continue to suffer if we don't deal with this. So that's a new thing that we're seeing. It produces a lot of risks for persons in the institution, but also people within the republic, and so I think it's another area that we need to focus on. My colleague did speak on trauma debriefing. What we do for the most part is an emotional basis for this debriefing. So the core function of this is for us to, one, contain, which means that whereas there are many emotions experienced by this person, we wish to reduce them such that they are manageable. And then the person can, interact with protection services on our campus as well as the South African Police Service. The second thing, of course, is emotional support. So we're interested in trying to convince them to some degree that we're there for them and we're interested in providing them with services for attaining this wellness, which I said is our core business. And then thirdly, which is quite difficult for us because we're not trained, and I think my colleague and I have spoken about this, information on various processes that come after the crisis or the trauma or whatever crime has been committed. This is something that I think is central. It's very central to student experiences, that they may be in crisis, but the truth is what we can document and what we do have on our statistics is not a good picture, because there's a lot of people that don't report the crimes that they undergo. And that's a very difficult topic, which I haven't been coached by legal yet, so I can't speak on it in its entirety. But the truth is, there's a lot more that we need to do in terms of advocacy, which I'll touch on a little bit later. But if I can just move on, central to student experiences in these situations of crime, in these crime situations or in these crises that they encounter, firstly, is the treatment of students by many different stakeholders, which I think is a very difficult and complex problem that we need to address together. Secondly, we need to create further access to other services that may be necessary. So I think this crime summit is a very good beginning for us to address these complex problems. They really aren't so simple as either GBV or robbery. I think they're a lot more entrenched in our municipality and in our republic, and that's why we all need to be a part of the solution. And so, I mean, if I may, Program Director, just talk about the two problems that we are encountering in student counseling and development. The first one is, I think, stakeholder relations, internally and externally. I personally have dealt with a lot of these. I mean, I've driven students to, some of these stakeholders to ensure that they receive these services. And what they complain about is basically ill treatment. It's that a lot of our stakeholders have no sensitivity. They have no interest in trying to understand the mental state of the person who's just encountered some sort of crisis. And as a result of that, it will always be very difficult to do the core business of whatever stakeholder is there. If a person doesn't want to talk but must give a statement, you will always have a statement that is essentially not going to assist any process. I think to truly support any person in our republic, we have to address this through ongoing sensitivity training. All of us need to undergo, I think, sensitivity training. But a second issue, which, if I'm allowed to just offer my consultation, is that employers also should seek to understand why the ill treatment happens. I mean, why is it that our staff is unhappy to treat people who have gone through crisis? Why is it that they treat people in this way? And I think every employer will find that there are problems within all institutions that create this ill treatment or this lack of sensitivity. And as a result, we should seek not only to deal with the ill treatment, but what produces the ill treatment. Secondly, I think we do need an ongoing advocacy of all of our different areas, because as students may not know what the value of a statement is. They may not understand what the processes are of filling out a protection order, in what situations it works, in what situations it doesn't. And every time I speak to students, by the way, who I spend a lot of time with, there's a lot of things they just don't seem to know. And I think the assumption is that because we deal with these things all the time, that everybody knows them, simply because they know that SAPS is in this building or student counseling is in that building. So I think those are the two big problems that we need to address together. We talk about advocacy in a very nonchalant way. We think we're just giving information over, but we need to find out also if the information is understood. Some of us are lucky enough to have worked in many different areas and many different institutions. So of course we know the policies, we know the legal framework, we understand what the Constitution requires, and so on and so forth. But the understanding in our students and in our republic is something that we have never tested, and I'm sure if we look, we'll find that we don't know if people truly do understand how processes work, and so we should seek to improve that. And I think that's all. I thank you very much. I hope that I added some value to the Crime Summit. I thank you very much for the introduction and the invitation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. George Temane. Any familiar or family of Mr. Matthews Temane?
No.
Not yet.
Yes, no. I do
He's
know
a
him
legend.
very well.
You're a legend too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, George.
There are no questions. I can go.
Yeah. Okay. You're right. Thank you very much. George, thank you from our department here at Protection Services, and together with the Student Counseling and Development, and he emphasized the support services that is available to students and also the Northwest University's communities, our emerging emergency services, the crisis line, and substance using and the addiction thereof, and also reporting of crimes, which is very important, and the sensitivity thereof, important aspects. Thank you very much again to George Temane. I just want to make sure if our next speaker is available, Mr. Jacob Ngobeni. Tabisu. Mr. Tabisu, you are welcome to take the stand. Tabiso Musiani from Disaster Management Preparedness, and he's going to speak to us about disaster event management. We're looking forward to the presentation. Thank you very much. Okay, and then, okay. Okay. While we are still waiting for our technicalities to be sorted out, just remember, familiarize yourself with the interesting information that the experts' advice that was given here today. And please use our social media platforms afterwards on social media and the Northwest University YouTube channel. So you can just follow the links on the NWU website, and then you can find all the information there. So looks like Mr. Tabiso is almost ready, and then we are going to listen to the disaster event management submission.
Emergency preparedness. Risk reduction, emergency preparedness. Emergency. You read here, you can see online. Okay. All right, that's right. All right. She's asking me the last one. All right, that's fine. This one. Good day, colleagues. Thank you for the opportunity. And as they say in disaster, you have to have a contingency plan. So with the weather conditions today and your invitation, we had to juggle and so that we can be here and be part of why the importance of emergency presentation. My name is Tabiso Musiani from Sidibeng District Municipality under the Risk Reduction Unit, responsible for KPA 2 and 3, which is Risk Assessment and Risk Reduction, under the Public Education and Awareness Unit in the district. Today we're going to talk about disaster preparedness and most importantly the International Day for Disaster Risk Reduction, which is what guides us mostly on how to prepare ourselves annually. The structure today we're going to talk about the risk reduction, which is and the background context, the contribution factors and the different level. As you can see, this is the map of the district that we are responsible for. Sidibeng, it's a mother body that deals with under the responsible for the 3 local municipalities, namely Mfuleni, Midval, and Lesedi. The square meters, it's 4,000.185 kilometers square. The population by then, it was 805,000, but I'm not going to go further into details, but the key issue is to show that without our plans and risk assessment integrated approach, one cannot work. Auslerato alone, the population of Mfuleni is over 700,000 to current state. So with the minimum resources, we can, but the integrated approach assists to fight even gender-based, of which is, I was hoping in one of the risk assessment, social development can raise this as one of the hazards, because it's never been raised, it's just labeled alone as a key fact. We are guided by the framework. In the framework, the 4 KPAs and the 3 enablers: institutional capacity. Number 2 KPA is a risk assessment. The third one is a risk reduction. And the last one is a response and recovery. And our enablers, it's information and communication, knowledge management, and funding. They're supposed to link, but somewhere there's a gap of which is, but somehow we're trying to make it to link. If which is one of today, it's one that we must link to increase our institutional capacity. Because studies are needed, researches needs to be made, institutional capacity like the universities needs to do researches while we are busy with planning, but researchers need to find out the human behavior mostly contributes. In short, disaster management, it involves an integrated approach which all the municipal activities to safeguard lives and property. I'll just cut it there. And without external stakeholders and internal, we can't work to safeguard. But we are trying to safeguard so that there can be a risk reduction and reduces the number. Now, today, we're going to talk about the Sendai framework. The Sendai framework is the one that governs us in terms of emergency preparedness. We need to understand the risk. It's one of the 4 priorities. Understand the risk, strengthening of disaster risk governance to manage disaster, invest in disaster risk reduction, enhancing of disaster preparedness for effective response to build a better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. That's what we need to invest in these days. As the Sendai framework states, we're going to talk about the 13 principles in the Sendai framework, which outlines effective and meaningful partnerships. We are having partnership, but we don't know the effectiveness and the meaningful of it. But we are having a database full of people and institutions. But now we need further strengthening cooperation. What is the university needs? What can we assist? What the municipality needs that the university can do? What the community needs, what the university can do? Can the community be sheltered during a disaster in the university? That's the one big question. Are the churches willing to accommodate when one's house is burnt? So those are the things that we need to check under the 13 principles of the framework. Now, the key things of the contributing factors in terms of our dangers. The profile holds a greater threat due to service delivery, capacity of and shortages of on local government level, increased food shortages, and rapid urbanization. Everybody's coming now, land grabbing and all those things. But they also hamper on service delivery. We don't increase in terms of institutional capacity, but the population is going high. But in terms of rapid, everyone is going to urban on that. So in short, you can see the pictures that are there, which is a day-to-day thing that we are dealing with. Illegal connections, cable theft, infrastructure vandalism, encroachment due to rapid urbanization. People are building their shacks on top of gas pipes, rainwater pipes for bulk distribution. Then again, our area is flood prone due to the landscape. but infrastructure is also contributing due to non-maintenance of stormwater drainage system. It contributes. And the moment it's like that, it gives, now we jump, instead of risk reduction, we go to response and recover, of which is more money, it's based on response. Instead of risk reduction, capacitation of people, development, and maintenance. We are always responding due to that. The 2021 theme that was commemorated on the 13th of October, which is an annual commemoration for the Disaster Day for Reduction. It talks about substantially enhance international cooperation to develop countries. But now when we are bringing it down, we are talking to such settings where we need to build a cooperation between government, community, and institutions. We need to have one integrated approach. Should there be a load shedding, is there need to close the road? Should there be a shortage of water due to load shedding? Should there be a vandalism of infrastructure? If the university doesn't have water, but the nearest residential is having water, how do we assist each other? That's what we need to build a cooperation. But today we find ourselves in terms of law enforcement and what we are responding to issues of people not understanding. It's not because the resources are not there. They don't understand how to use them and how to link. First, we need to ask, can we have? But we are reacting. We don't ask, can we have an assistance? We are fighting before we can get. And fighting means damaging. And instead of development, we are supposed to rebuild again. And we don't see progress because we are always rebuilding because of what we did intentionally, so out of anger. In terms of the preparedness, we have 3 levels of planning. One, it's a basic planning, level 1 of basic planning, which talks about institutional capacity. The universities is having enough staff to accommodate the student. If that is fine, then we are accommodated. Are the measures in place in terms of COVID-19 and the rest? We're talking of those. If they are not, the university needs to have a level 2 in terms of stampede. Are we prepared? Are we having one safety officer responsible, but we are having 135 fire extinguishers? It's only one person who knows how to use it, but we are compliant in paper because we are having it. But do I know how to use the fire extinguisher that is next to my office? That's a key question that we need to ask, because you need to minimize the risk first as a first responder. The fire department can be a first responder, but you are the one that sees it at the minimum level. Same as gender-based in that. The first lap, I'm the one that's supposed to say no. But we are waiting for police to intervene when it's now in a big magnitude. So our levels are in place. Are we having a level 1 that we all understand that we have in fire extinguishers? In terms of the siren, are we doing the drills? Do we understand how do we do a head count as an institution? Do we? But no, but in paper we comply. In paper we comply, but in practice, no. Level 2, how do we expand? How do we expand the approach? We're having our municipalities having shortage of resources. Do we need to train our own safety officers internally as an institution? Or must we have one person that is responsible for the whole 500 students? 500 students. Are we supporting the SAPS? How? Are we supporting the fire department? How? We are having grass fires. Are we having internal trained people as a student who can do that to break and to close the gap? First, we're starting internally. Now, then we can go to level 3 and say, how do we align it with the role players? We are having people who want to do safety in the institution. SAPS, can you come and train? Fire department, we are having people who want. Auxiliary, we are having. Then bring in the people, of which is some of the training, it's there, it's for free. Unless you want to formalize it as an institution, then, but the basic ones that gives you a guiding line, it's for free, it's there. We can start on a basic level to say we are done internally, we are having people who are doing, who are willing. But now we want to enhance this. How do we do it? Come, give us the guidelines. We open a case, but you find that there's been a tampering of evidence. But how do we assist each other in terms of how do we uphold that skill in terms of emergency preparedness? It's not only in disaster. Emergency preparedness, like disaster, it says, all of these things, they come under disaster management. How you incorporate them, but you must have a responsible person. If it's a GBV, who's the leading factor? But the institution needs to have its own disaster management plan. It needs to have its own safety plan. But before you can link it with the other role players, are you prepared? That's a key question. That if you're talking of preparedness, we are having host drills, we are having signs, but do we understand that we don't need to run if the bell rings in terms of fire drills? Then you build the behavior in terms of risk reduction. You won't have. In the slide that shows, it shows multiple risks within a certain area in our municipality. It shows fire, it shows spillages, it shows. So alone the government can't deal with that. It needs a integrated approach. Now, in the slide, I'm just going to demonstrate how we come up into emergency preparedness, of which is the institution, and fourth, even at your home, you can do it. We are having the area in Sebokeng. It's an informal settlement known by Biketlong. It's having a stream. It's on a wetland. And for one, there's no running water. There's no proper sanitation. That's one of the things. Now we are having hospitals, we are having businesses around. If these people, they don't feel that they are ahead, they close the road. You are taking 15 minutes to work, but because of they don't understand, that day you must reroute and take 30 minutes. You get the warning when you get to work because of late coming. Now, their not understanding increases unemployment, increases most of the things. So, in that area like now, when it rains, it's getting flooded, 48%. It's getting flooded. Now, under that flood, you must adhere that there's COVID-19, there's a possibility of cholera, swine flu, malaria, HIV and AIDS, people living with it, and tuberculosis and so forth. Disaster alone can't deal with that as a department. We need Department of Health, we need fire, we need SAPS. So all those people are key into safeguarding the lives of the people in that certain area. On top of that, even in rainy time, the shack get to be banned because of paraffin stove, candlelight usage. They are using gas now again. But we don't know. Everybody's having this equipment in terms of load shedding, but do we know how to use it safely and wisely? It's key. And also, the contributing factors, our day-to-day life, the diseases are there. Lastly, we cross, there's accidents, railway, illegal crossing in one area. So it shows that as a university, you need to have that integrated approach and invite external stakeholders to say, we are done this far. SAPS, we're going to call you if we can't handle that. It's beyond our capacity. That's when we declare disaster if we can't handle on our own. But internally, we need to be strengthened in terms of emergency preparedness. Then when you call in outside and say, we can't do it on our own, then I need social development. My own internal counselors can't deal with a whole lot of trauma that happened. Social development, come on board. So going forth, we are prepared. We did a risk assessment in our district, Mfuleni, Midval, and Lesedi. But the challenge is we don't contribute enough in terms of the challenges. Everybody's doing it on their own. But the institution, we are not the residents of the institution. We are here for a certain time. The contributing factor in a university are different to the one that in the residential areas. But you find someone is dealing with two different factors, but one person. So, going forth, let's plan, let's check in terms of that, how are we going to approach in terms of preparedness and have our response measures in place. And when you request support, even before arriving or responding, we'll be knowing where and who and how the team is working. But you find out in such now, when we are doing public awarenesses, people are only taking pamphlet for the sake of. The university needs to do its own public awareness first. And don't take it only it's a work thing. Do it at home. Tell your kids, tell your mother, tell everyone that what's going to happen. Now, the important issues that we need to take into account, public awareness is key. It notifies people, it makes you aware before enforcement. But now today we start with enforcement, then we do sittings, then we want to do public education. We must educate, come strategize, then we enforce. Then I think the balance in terms of the behavior, it's not going to change 100%, but if you are having 10 people out of 100 that understand, will help to explain to say, if there's a load shedding, let's check the schedule. Is our area affected? No, which means there must be a cable theft before we can decide putting the rocks on the roads. And the same people that needs to come and assist us, they need to use the same road. You vandalize the car that needs to come and switch on for a technician, you're going to suffer. Because the institution is going to ground its services on a certain ward, certain areas. And it's because we don't have an understanding. We are not aware how do we need to get service. You close the road, you are at home, you left the sick person, your mom is sick, is collapsing, the ambulance needs to pass. The road is closed. Somebody is being raped because somebody is taking some advantage of closing the road. Police can't come in time. Houses are burglared because an opportunity arises due to service delivery protest that we're thinking it's. So we need to ensure them that we register them as hazards, but they can't come from disaster management. SAPS needs to tell us we can't manage. We register this as hazard. Then we can plan for them going forth. But if we are only reporting service deliveries, which means it's fine, we manage. We can send units to go in. But we need to register, strategize, and know that we're having a hazard as a service delivery protest. It ended up being a looting, but it started as a service delivery protest. People are making money for opening the roads for you to pass by paying 10 rand because you don't want to drive because of petrol increases. But an opportunities arises because of, we said we're not going to talk about it. We're going to blame Mfuleni, we're going to blame Midval is not giving people what. But did we make people aware that during this time, we are costing somebody? So let's try and change the behavior. by making everybody aware from the institution to the community, even to our households. Because now severe weathers and natural disasters, you cannot tell God, I'm still busy fixing my roof, let it not rain now. By then the road is closed. Service provider must come and deliver tiles at your house. So let's try and do that. In my closing, as it's regulated that we need to share, to cap the spread of COVID-19, the statement that we normally use in our unity says it goes together with a gender-based one. Avoid touching a man, and let's take a stand and break the silence against gender-based violence, look after children, protect the women, and stand against any form of abuse in our beloved country. Now, breaking it down, avoid touching a man in COVID-19, avoid touching your mouth, your eyes, and your nose. Our health workers will have a less pressure of dealing with the pandemic because now we know what is it that you must do to avoid. Then protect yourself by washing your hands, the woman in you, the first W, the second O, observe that social distancing of 1.5 to 2 meters. The M, mask up to protect and prevent the spread of COVID-19. That's non-pharmaceutical. Now, the E's were always debated. Exercise, let's eat well. Now, the last letter, never stop sanitizing. Never stop adhering to COVID-19 rules. And always consider vaccination is also an option. It's not mandatory yet. For now, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Tabiso Musiani. Thank you from disaster management, and be assured about the integrated approach to solve problems on ground level that we will support you. And also he spoke about how to assist and address certain needs in the municipalities. I found it very interesting. Thank you very much for your contribution. Just before we conclude with Professor Linda du Plessis, I'd like to announce our last speaker, and that will be Mr. Jacob Ngubeni from the Department of Fire, and he will speak to us about the role and responsibilities of the Fire Department. Mr. Ngubeni.
Good day, colleagues.
Good day.
My apologies for arriving late. I was caught up with other responsibilities. The weather is not looking good outside. A picture, ne? That's for picture. Okay. All right. And I just want to make a comment for the invite was a bit late. I don't know if it was brought to my attention a bit later, and the preparation wasn't of that good standard. But yeah, as fire department, we're also experiencing our own special pandemic. Now that you requested that we come and explain our roles and responsibilities, it became a challenge. But I'm going to be very brief. The roles and responsibilities of fire and rescue are very broad. They actually never come to an end. It all depends on the resources that you have. The more resources you have, the more responsibilities you have. But the core is to identify and assess the risk. That's where we start. And after identifying and assessing the type of risk that we have in our jurisdiction, we then come up with the strategies to prevent, which is almost impossible to prevent for fires. So what we then do, we educate the community how to help themselves. My colleague from disaster management has actually covered most of the duties that we do in the fire and rescue services. So we mainly protect. Fires do break out. All we can do is to protect lives. It's to protect the properties. Right. And then, as and when the fires occur, we need to respond appropriately. Appropriately, it simply means if you make an emergency call, I need to respond with a proper equipment that matches your emergency. You cannot you cannot report a house on fire and, for instance, I respond with a grass unit. It's of no use. But like I said, we are currently having our own challenges. You would be surprised that sometimes we even respond for the sake of just ticking the box. All right? Appropriate response means appropriate equipment, appropriate skills. And then, most importantly, we also work in partnership with the community, partnership with the different stakeholders. Because remember, the first firefighter or the first emergency person is the person involved in the same emergency. So if we are in here and we cannot assist ourselves, it becomes a problem for the first responders, be it EMS or fire and rescue. So working in partnership simply means that I need to transfer part of my skills to a third person as a first aider, so that when I arrive, the work is already been simplified. And then fourthly, it's accountability. As firefighters, we are always, and we must always be accountable for whatever we do. Because as a person or as a community, when you see the fire service, you have hope. So if I cannot account on what I'm doing, then it becomes fruitless. Most of the time, we would even come to cause more damage than help. So when coming to fires, the most common identified cause of death during fires, it's smoke and gas. When a person gets burned in a fire situation, it doesn't necessarily mean the person was killed by fire. Most of the time they burn having died already, overcame by smoke and gas. So fires can start in many ways, but the end result is the same: death and destruction of property. So our aim, it's not to stop fires, because we can never stop fires, but we can work hard along with the community to prevent the initial stages of fire. Right, we have key elements of fire preparedness. As an organization, as private homes, we need to do our regular assessments. Fire safety is not only for the institutions. Fire safety must also be preached in our private homes. You must do a regular assessment of your surroundings, regular assessment of your own house. As an institution, you are by law required to keep all the records of your assessment, your inspections, your drills, and all that needs to be in place. But the challenge that we encounter as the fire service under the fire safety division, we only get called for meetings, preparations, and stuff when this time or the time nears for compliance. I think you also mentioned to the people only do these things for the records. It's now November. I know some few companies are going to make calls to say it's year end, we need inspection, we need fire drills, and then our records are thumbs up. We need to do those things regularly. I don't remember having done any one or any of it here at Northwest. Right. We need to have adequate means of escape, your escape routes. Escape routes, you need to have at least 2. I think this is a boardroom, right? Boardroom with how many doors? 2 doors. Okay, I can see that one opens to the outside, and this one is opening out and inside, right? Compliance, right? You need to have at least 2 escape routes and a minimum of 2 and clearly signposted safe escape routes. I don't see signage there. Okay, I see one here. So it's all those things that we look at. So if you are informed as an individual, whether you go for a concert, whether you go for a church gathering, you know, the first thing that I look at when I enter a place is my safety, whether I'm safe in that space. And if not, I can't go in there. So now, make it a point as an individual, you check windows, you check the doors. If you are in a enclosed area where there's multiples of people and you see the doors are opening to the inside, then you know your life is in danger. Those doors must flip to the outside. That's how we share information. That's how we educate the people. Because during stampede, nobody's going to go out through that door. So those are the little things, but very important, that we look at. Now, that's the function of the fire safety. You need to have those escape routes, the early warning systems, and you familiarize yourself with your emergency plan, right? Like we are here. I take it for granted that before the meeting, we were introduced that right during an emergency, our assembly point is there, our alarm systems, if you hear 1 or 2 alarms, then you must know you must run. That's normally what happens if you're having visitors. I suppose it was done, right? And then we assess. In your assessment, you familiarize yourself. You need to recognize the hazards. In every situation, be it an institution, even at home, that's what we are encouraged to do, because safety starts at home. You don't come at work and start trying to practice safety here. We start at home. We normalize it at home. The hazards. Like we are parents in here, just for interest's sake, even in your private home, you can ask the department to come and do an assessment, risk assessment at your house to see how safe is your house. That can be done. You prepare for the incident by installing and knowing how your equipment works. Number 1. Number 2, you prepare for an emergency plan, and you must always have that go back. Right? When we rush out here, we need to have our go back. In our go back, there's little pieces of medical equipment that you need to have, like your band shields, your bandages, and all those things that you need to have if somebody is injured when you go outside. We regularly need to have and practice our emergency evacuation procedure. Most of the time, when we do these fire drills, it gets discussed by the management, it gets discussed with the employees. Because people want an emergency drill or a fire drill to be perfect. It shouldn't be perfect. Actually, that's an opportunity where you need to do or make all the mistakes. Because if it's good for filing, it's going to fail in a real-time situation. So we need to practice that regularly. Don't inform anybody, because when an emergency occurs or it happens, it's not going to come knocking at your door. It will just happen. We need to see that. And in a fire drill, you're not only assessing yourself, you're also assessing stakeholders, bao ilung hore they sitting in here. If I know, it's enough. If traffic, one person from the traffic knows about the drill, it's enough. If 2 people knows about the drill in the institution, it's fine. Because we want to have it as messy as possible so that we can start getting it right. Okay. Fire marshals and first aiders, you need to have those people. In this area of Mfuleni, we have a problem. So Northwest, you need to have at least trained first responders. You need to have those people. Go and get PPE. Even if it's used, go and get it. Because as I'm standing here now, with or without equipment, I cannot guarantee you that I'll be here when you need me. Remember, en route to an emergency, anything can happen. We've had emergencies on our way to other emergencies. So you need to have your house in order. Gone are those days when you said, the people will come and assist. I'm now talking about fire and rescue. We're not as lucky as the people across the river, where each and every private company has got the fire department and the municipality is having that memorandum of agreement. We don't have that. Metal used to assist. They cannot assist anymore. All right? Midval does assist here and there, but there's so much work to be done and the equipment is this little. So if you have on a daily basis at least 4 people who are trained, who are qualified, people who can put that wet stuff on the hot stuff, then you are fine. And have that PPE. If you want a PPE, you can come. I can assist you on the type of PPE that you can have. Because those people at the end of the day will save lives. They will save this institution. Because at the moment, I'm sitting with one fire truck. There's one at Vereeniging. The fire station is not closed. Wherever I go, people are saying the fire station is closed. It is not closed. But I can tell you now, we are having challenges. Right. How do we stay safe during the fire incident? Anybody who knows the emergency or the fire emergency number, except 10111 and what's the MTN one? 112. We have a very big one. And I can tell you now, none of you, except my colleagues, knows the emergency number as we're sitting here. None of you knows that emergency number. If there's a fire here, somebody's going to look quickly at the register and say, where's Ngubeni? 072. 072 can never be an emergency number. It's unfortunate. Maybe before 2030, we're going to have a 3-digit number like Urkant. But ours is very big. It's 016430 1808 or 1818. That's how big that number is. All right, you cannot have such a big number as an emergency, but we're trying very hard, maybe not hard enough, to have it reduced so that even your 3-year-old can say it out of their head. So during an emergency, that's the first number that you need to call, 430-1808 and 1818. And then you clearly state your emergency and the address. Your name is not of that important when you're making an emergency call. Your address is very important because as a fire department, even if you have missed to tell me what's the problem and you just ended up telling me the address, I can find a way of getting there. You know, we always say it's better to have that false call than have somebody dying. All right? And then after making a call stating your emergency and giving us an address, you get out and stay out. Even if it's your house, you get out and you stay outside. Some years back, we had a fire here. There's a scrapyard, Jones Garage. I think it's Jones Garage. That scrapyard over there. It burned some years back. There was an old tanny who was sitting there. I used to go there. And that scrapyard was burnt to the ground. And the old lady died in there. She went out and went back for a cat or a dog. And she never made it out. So after making your call, make sure that you go out and you stay outside. Right. If it's a big building, sometimes you smell something burning. Sometimes out of nowhere you feel there's heat coming from somewhere. If the doors are closed, fill with the back of your hand. If it's hot, don't open. There's something at the back. All right. If it's hot, you stay out because the fire may be brewing out there. Right. Before opening or closing doors, before opening a closed door, you use the back of your hand. And if it's hot, like I said, you stay out of it. But if you happen to be trapped in a building, this one, it's not a theory. I've done it when I started in the service some 26 years ago. We know, all of us, smoke goes up and the oxygen is down here. Right? If you're trapped in a building, just make sure that as and when you crawl towards safety, your nose is right on the floor. That's where you'll get your oxygen. Don't stand up. You know, it's heartbreaking. In most of the fire calls that we attend to, you will find 5 people behind the door, all of them dead. Some parents do lock kids in the house during the night when they're going out. So we need to spread this message. Let's teach our families. Your fire drills should not only end here at work. We must do those drills at home as well, and let's teach our kids how to be safe, right? If there's a window and you can't go out, open the window for fresh air and also to attract attention. If you are at the first floor level, you know how to get out of the window. Legs first, and then you reach with your hands and you get lowered before you jump. If there's bedding, if there's mattress, if there's anything, you throw it out and you escape. Colleagues, thank you very much. I think I will forward that to you. Who's the organizer? To you, that I will speak to you and then I will get it forwarded to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacob Ngubeni from the Department of Fire for your contribution. We really enjoyed it. To summarize what he said, utilize our resources, assist in helping others, prevent, educate, and train. Now it's my privilege also to ask our Professor Linda du Plessis, Deputy Vice-Chancellor of Van der Bijl Park Campus, to say a few words of thank you. Thank you, Prof. Linda.
Good afternoon again, colleagues, and to all our presenters. I think if there's one thing we agree on, safety isn't expensive, it's priceless. And we all have a role to play. So thank you to all the people. that shared with us their insight and their experience today. Like we also, I think, just get an opportunity to hold up a mirror and see ourselves. How are we doing, and where do we need to focus, and where do we need to improve? A special word of thank you to Joseph and your team, and Dr. Sean McCalligan from Student Life, who put this event together, and it's good that it's on YouTube, that we can also make use of this. To our presenters, really thank you for the time you've made available to be here with us. We understand all the challenges out there, but it's appreciated that you also see the university as a partner and that you make time to be with us. And thank you that we can knock on your door when we need help. What we have heard today is that safety is never attained. It's a continuous process, and we will have to keep on. Every year, we welcome at our free campuses almost 11,000 new students, and we have to start that whole process of training and making people conscious of all these things year on year. But it's a continuous process, and we realize that we need to play our part. There are very valuable lessons that we have learned today about the systems and the support services we can put in place and provide training, some formal like OHS and fire training, but then also some more on how to prepare our people to be alert, how to be alert when they go and withdraw money, and there are areas that are more risk areas than other. So we know as a university, when our students come in, they do not only leave here with a degree, they are the future leaders and global citizens of this country. So we also need to create this sense of shared values and moral values that we send them off. And we also have a role to play there. But as a university, we really want to be proactive and not reactive. When it comes to safety, I mean, it's better to prepare and prevent than always trying to repair after something has happened. So with you, we want to say we want to increase safety, we want to fight corruption, we want to stop gender-based violence, and thank you that we can take hands to achieve exactly this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. This very interesting crime summit will soon be available on social media platforms, especially on the Northwest University's YouTube channel, and you can follow the links on the website as well. Familiarize yourself with the interesting information, the expert advice, and also the use of this information to keep safe and healthy. Just remember one thing, and that is turn the failures of life into the fertilizers of life. You can make a difference and be our brand ambassador, not only of the Northwest University itself, but in the communities that you always are part of. So make a difference wherever you go, and until the next time, goodbye.